Section 1. The opening credits. Every frame is a clue. Close your eyes for a second. Not yet, but soon. Because what we are about to do together is go somewhere familiar, somewhere warm, somewhere that has existed, unchanged and unchanging, since December of 1989. We are going to Springfield, and we are going to go slowly this time. We are going to go the way you walk through a house you grew up in, trailing your fingers along the walls, noticing for the first time the small things you have been walking past for years. The crack in the plaster above the doorframe, the photograph that has always been slightly tilted, the drawer that sticks. Springfield is full of things like that, details that have always been there. Waiting quietly in the background of 36 years of television, asking no questions, demanding no attention, simply existing. Visible to anyone who cared to look closely enough. Tonight, we are going to look closely. This is not a race. We are not building to a crescendo or chasing a mystery toward a revelation. We are simply going to walk through Springfield the way it deserves to be walked through, slowly, at the pace of attention, pausing at the things that have been waiting to be noticed. The voice you are hearing is calm. The night is quiet. You can settle in and follow along and let the details come to you one at a time, like rooms in a house you thought you knew. This is a show that has produced more episodes than almost any other program in the history of American television. It has aired continuously, without interruption, for longer than most of its current viewers have been alive. Its characters have become part of the cultural furniture of the Western world. You know their voices, you know their faces, you know the layout of their house so well that if you were dropped into 742 Evergreen Terrace right now, you could find the bathroom in the dark. You know which step on the staircase creaks, even though you have never been told. You know because you have absorbed the house through decades of looking at it the way you absorb anything you spend enough time with. Through a process that is not quite memorization and not quite intimacy, but something in between. You think you know this show, but the opening credits alone contain enough buried detail, enough layered information, enough quietly encoded mystery to fill an entire evening. And that is where we are going to begin. Not with the episodes themselves, not yet, but with the 52 seconds of animation that precede every single one of them. The sequence you have watched hundreds of times and never truly seen. Let us start at the very beginning. The clouds. The first image of every Simpsons episode, the very first thing that the show puts in front of your eyes is a sky. Specifically, it is a sky over Springfield, and it is almost always a perfect, idealized blue. The clouds drift in that sky the way clouds drift in childhood memories of particularly good summers. Softly, without hurry, as though time in this place operates at a slightly different speed than time everywhere else. Not slower exactly, just more patient, more willing to let things be what they are rather than rushing them toward what they will become. The sky over Springfield is always the sky of a good day. Even when the episode that follows it is about loss or failure or the particular kind of quiet sadness the show does better than almost any comedy ever made, the opening sky is serene, uncomplicated, blue all the way to the edge of what the frame can hold. This is not accidental. The creators of The Simpsons made a deliberate choice to open every episode with this image of uncomplicated beauty. Blue sky, white clouds. The suggestion of a day beginning, fresh and uncontested, not yet shaped by the specific disasters that the episode will deposit upon its characters. And then the camera drops, and Springfield rises below it, and the contrast becomes the show's first hidden message. The sky is perfect. The town is not. You can see it happening in real time if you watch the sequence carefully. The camera descends through those beautiful clouds, and the first thing that comes into frame below them is the nuclear power plant. Not the school, not the Simpson house, not Moe's Tavern or the Quick E-Mart or any of the dozen other locations that the show uses as anchors for its stories. The nuclear power plant, those two massive cooling towers with their gentle plumes of steam, those are the first structures you see when you enter Springfield from above. The show is not being subtle about this. The geography of the opening sequence is arranged to tell you exactly what the town is built around before a single character has appeared on screen. The sky is beautiful. The first thing beneath it is the reactor. Everything else follows in relationship to that. The camera's descent continues and Springfield unfolds below it. The streets and the buildings and the parks and the school, all of it visible from this elevated angle. All of it organized in the specific way of American towns that developed around a single dominant institution. The power plant is not just a building in Springfield. It is Springfield's organizing principle, the thing everything else is arranged around. The structure that preceded the houses and the school and the tavern and the convenience store. In a real town built around a single industrial employer, the streets run toward the factory the way rivers run toward the sea. Not because someone planned it that way, but because human habitation follows employment. And employment was the factory, so the town that grew up around the factory grew up in relationship to it. The camera shows you this relationship every week. And every week, most viewers watch the cooling towers appear and note their presence without noting their primacy. They were first. They are always first. They were there before the school and before the neighborhood and before the couch that the family races toward. They will probably be there after. From the cooling towers, the camera begins its sweep of Springfield, and this is where the hidden details begin to accumulate, quietly, one after another, visible for half a second each, and then gone. In certain episodes, certain background characters in the opening sequence are doing things that do not quite fit the cheerful surface energy of the credits. A figure who is standing very still while everyone else is in motion. A window with something visible inside it that does not quite belong to the frame's established visual vocabulary. A child whose face, briefly visible as the camera passes, carries an expression that seems out of key with the bright ambient mood of the sequence. These details flicker in and out of the frame too quickly to be examined in real time. They require the kind of attention that the opening credits are not designed to invite. The deliberate pausing, rewinding attention of someone who suspects something is there and is determined to find it. Most viewers do not watch the opening credits this way. Most viewers watch them the way you watch something you have seen hundreds of times before, with a kind of affectionate background awareness that is present enough to feel the familiar and absent enough to miss the specific. The music, of course, is Danny Elfman's composition, one of the most recognizable television themes ever written. And it is worth pausing on this for a moment, because the music in the opening credits is doing something unusual. It sounds triumphant. It sounds celebratory. It has the sweeping, brass-forward energy of something arriving and being glad about it, of a curtain rising on something that matters. The orchestration is lush. The melody is memorable in the specific way of things that become embedded in the cultural memory before you have made a conscious decision to remember them. The show uses this music every week for every episode, regardless of what that episode contains. There's an episode about Homer failing his family in ways he cannot even articulate, about the specific and particular way that a man who loves the people closest to him can still through inattention and selfishness, and the comfortable assumption that love is enough without effort. cause them a kind of harm that love cannot undo. The triumphant music plays at the top. There's an episode about Marge's quiet depression, about the specific exhaustion of being the person who holds everything together when everything seems determined to fall apart, about the long years of mornings that are the same as yesterday's mornings, and the specific kind of invisibility that comes from being reliably, thoroughly, continuously competent at things that nobody notices until they stop getting done. The triumphant music plays. There's an episode about Lisa sitting alone in her bedroom with her saxophone, playing music that nobody in her family is awake enough to hear, trying through sound to communicate something about herself that words in her household do not seem able to carry. The triumphant music plays. The disconnect between the music and the content is the opening credit sequence's deepest hidden detail. The show is not triumphant. The show is about ordinary people navigating extraordinary dysfunction in a town that should not be able to sustain life and yet somehow does. But every week, the music arrives like a promise, like something is about to be celebrated, and maybe something is. Maybe the show's point, buried in that disconnect, is that the very act of the family showing up, of Homer stumbling to the couch and Marge sliding in beside him and Bart rocketing through the front door and Lisa arriving with her saxophone and Maggie emerging from behind Marge's hair. Maybe the show's point is that this arrival, this reconvening of the family in the 30 seconds before the couch gag, is itself the triumph. That making it home at the end of the day, damaged and tired and unchanged as you always are, is the thing worth celebrating. The music does not describe the episode. The music describes the act of arriving, of being here, of the family being in the same room one more time at the end of one more day. The brass swells when Homer turns onto a street. Maybe this is the right response to that. Now let's talk about the chalkboard. At the beginning of every episode, Bart Simpson is standing at a school chalkboard writing a sentence repeatedly, as punishment. He has done something wrong, or the school has decided he has done something wrong, which in Springfield amounts to the same thing. He has been sentenced to write a corrective statement until his hand gives out or the bell rings, whichever comes first. And then the camera cuts away, and we go on to the rest of the episode, and we never think about what he was writing. But the chalkboard gag is one of the most carefully curated running elements in the entire series. Each sentence Bart writes is different, not just different in content, but different in tone, in implication, in the relationship it assumes between the child writing and the institution punishing him. Some of them are genuinely funny in the way that only embarrassed compliance can be funny. I will not skateboard in the halls. I will not aim for the head. I am not the new Dalai Lama. These are the chalkboard gags that read like the actual record of an actual child's actual punishments, specific and credible and rooted in the particular universe of elementary school transgression. Some of them are so specific that they clearly reference real events in the writer's room or in American culture at the time of production. A joke that landed in the room that week. A news story that was on everyone's mind. A pop culture reference that dated the episode more precisely than any other element, visible to anyone who caught it when it aired, and invisible to anyone encountering it years later without the context. And some of them are darker than a children's cartoon has any business being. Sentences that read less like corrective punishment and more like admissions of something. Confessions rendered in chalk, in a schoolchild's handwriting, repeated until the hand hurts. Consider the sentences where Bart is forced to claim something is not true. The format is always the same. I will not do this thing, or this thing did not happen, or there is nothing wrong with me. The repetition implied by the punishment, Bart writing the same sentence over and over until it is drilled into him, is itself a kind of behavioral modification. The school is not asking Bart to feel remorse. The school is not interested in understanding why Bart did whatever he did or what it would take for him to genuinely want to do otherwise. The school is asking Bart to write a sentence until his hand hurts. The hope, presumably, is that associating the statement with physical discomfort will eventually produce the desired behavior through conditioning alone. This is, when you think about it, exactly what was done to Ned Flanders as a child. His aggression was conditioned out of him through a psychiatric process that his parents chose and he did not. The difference is that Ned's conditioning was performed by a professional in a clinical setting over an extended period of time with the full apparatus of behavioral science brought to bear on a specific child with a specific problem. Bart's conditioning is performed by a public school with a piece of chalk in 90 seconds before a bell rings. Neither of them is quite the person they would have been if left alone to develop naturally. Ned's natural personality is somewhere underneath 30 years of behavioral suppression, occasionally visible when the conditioning fails and the caged person surfaces briefly before the cage reasserts itself. Bart's natural personality is entirely unmanaged, which is why he is writing on the chalkboard in the first place. The school tried and failed. The result is Bart Simpson, 10 years old forever, endlessly writing sentences he does not believe about things he will do again tomorrow. The chalkboard gag is usually read as a joke, and it is, but it is also a quiet portrait of an institution trying and failing to shape a child, repeated in miniature at the top of every single episode for 36 years. The school has been trying to change Bart for 36 years. Bart has been unchanged for 36 years. One of them will eventually be right. So far, it is Bart. Now, the saxophone. Lisa Simpson runs through the school hallway. This is one of the most consistent visual images in the opening credits. She is sprinting, instrument case in hand, late for something or desperate to reach something or both, and the school around her is essentially empty. She runs through corridors that should be filled with students and finds them bare. Not abandoned, not post-apocalyptic, simply empty in the way of a building that has not yet organized itself around her arrival. She is ahead of the moment, or the moment is ahead of her, and either way, she is running through emptiness towards something she can hear but cannot yet reach. She arrives breathless at what turns out to be a stage. The stage is the place in the school where students are supposed to be given space to express something, where the curtain goes up and the audience sits down, and the student at the microphone or the instrument or the spotlight has a specific and rare experience of being the subject of attention rather than the target of it. Lisa plays her saxophone, and the teacher kicks her out. Not because she plays badly. The show is not suggesting that Lisa plays badly. The show is suggesting something more uncomfortable than that. The teacher kicks her out because Lisa's music, which is genuinely good and genuinely hers, does not fit the moment. It exceeds the moment. It is too much in some undefined and inarticulate way for the available space. It is the kind of music that demands something from the listener, and the teacher is not in the mood to give that something. So the teacher closes the door, and Lisa is back in the hallway. Pay close attention to this sequence because it tells you everything you need to know about Lisa's relationship with Springfield in under 8 seconds of screen time. She runs alone through empty corridors. She is always moving faster than the school around her, which is not moving at all. She reaches the stage, which is the place where people are supposed to be heard and appreciated and given space to express something real, and she is immediately silenced by an authority figure who does not even give her time to finish her phrase. This happens every week, at the top of every episode, before the story even starts. And then Lisa walks out of the school and joins the family on the couch, and the episode begins, and the show moves on, and we are all supposed to have absorbed the joke of it. The hapless musician ejected from the practice room, without sitting with what the joke actually contains, which is the complete story of Lisa Simpson in 8 seconds, running, alone, almost reaching something, being stopped, but continuing to run. This is the detail the quick viewing misses. Lisa does not stop. She is ejected from the practice room and she continues. She rejoins the family. She is there on the couch with everyone else. The saxophone is still in her hands. Whatever happened in that hallway and that room, whatever was taken from her in those 8 seconds, she brings the instrument with her when she goes. She always brings the instrument. Now, the couch gag. It is impossible to talk about the opening credits without talking about the couch gag, which is the final element of the sequence and the only one that changes every episode. The family races home, each member arriving from a different direction through different means, all converging on the living room, all reaching the couch at the same moment and depositing themselves on it in their traditional arrangement. Homer on one side, Marge next to him, then Bart, then Lisa, and Maggie either already on the couch or nestled into Marge's arms. This is the ending the opening credits always build toward. The family on the couch together, and then the couch gag each week subverts or destroys or reinvents or philosophically interrogates that image. But here's what the couch gag is actually doing underneath all of its variations and subversions and artistic flourishes. It is asking the same question every week. Can the family stay together? Every couch gag is some version of this question. The family races home. They converge on the couch, and then something happens, and the couch gag is that something, and the something is always some kind of test of whether the family can occupy the same space at the same time and emerge intact. The couch transforms. The room shifts. Physics fails. Other versions of the family arrive first. The couch turns out to be a trap or a portal or a thing with its own agenda. And the family sits down anyway, most of the time. After 36 seasons, the show's answer to its own question is yes. The family stays together. Not because the family has perfect love, not because Homer is a good husband or Bart is a responsible child or any of the other things that family sitcoms usually require in order to justify the family's persistence, but because the act of racing home, of converging on the couch, of sitting down together at the end of the day is something the Simpsons do whether or not they have earned it. They do it reflexively, the way you breathe, the way you return to a place that is yours, even after you have been away long enough to half forget its specific textures. They do it because the alternative, a house where nobody races home, where the couch sits empty at the end of the day, where the television watches the darkroom without any family to watch it back, is the thing that none of them can say out loud. And now, the final detail of the opening credits, the one that almost nobody notices. In certain early seasons of the show, in the very last frame before the couch gag resolves and the episode title appears, Maggie is held up by Marge and her price tag is scanned. It is a recurring visual detail, the idea that Maggie, the baby, is so young and so small that the grocery store scanner at the checkout cannot tell her apart from an item in the cart. But the price tag that appears when Maggie is scanned reads a specific number: $847.63. This was, at the time of the show's early run, the estimated average monthly cost of raising an infant in America. The joke is not that Maggie is an object with a price tag. The joke is that the show is telling you, quietly, accurately, in a number that appears for 1 second in the corner of the screen, exactly what Maggie costs and exactly what she represents in the family's financial reality. The baby is not free. Children are not free. Love is not free, not in the specific and practical sense in which the show is always interested in the economics of daily life. Maggie is not free, and Marge holds her up anyway, every week. At the register, while the number appears, that is the last hidden detail in the opening credits. And it is, like almost everything in this show, hiding in plain sight. If you are still with us, drop your location and the time in the comments below. And if you want to keep going, subscribe. There is so much more to find. Section 2. The Yellow Skin. What the show never explains. There is a question that nobody in Springfield ever asks. It is the most obvious question in the world. It is the kind of question a child would ask on their very first day, visiting a new place, looking around and noticing something that does not quite fit. Something that every adult around them has decided through some collective and unspoken agreement. Not to mention, it sits in the middle of every frame of every scene of every episode, enormous and unanswered, like a piece of furniture placed in the center of a room that everyone has learned to walk around without acknowledging. Why is everyone yellow? Not some of them, not most of them. Everyone who lives in Springfield is yellow. The skin tone that covers every permanent resident of this town, from the richest man behind the walls of his mansion to the smallest child in the playground, is a specific, saturated, unambiguous yellow. It is not a pale yellow. It is not a yellow that could be mistaken for a warm ivory or a deep tan, or any of the natural skin tones that exist in actual human populations. It is the yellow of safety equipment, of caution tape, of the signs posted outside facilities where dangerous things are happening, and you should be aware that you are entering a zone where the normal rules may not apply. And nobody mentions it. The show has never, in 36 years and close to 800 episodes, offered an in-universe explanation for why everyone in Springfield is yellow. The writers have occasionally acknowledged it in interviews, always with the same explanation, which is that creator Matt Groening chose yellow for the characters because it made them immediately identifiable when someone was flipping through television channels. The yellow skin would catch your eye in a way that conventional skin tones would not. You would stop flipping. You would watch. The yellow is a hook, a visual arrest, a color choice engineered for attention retention in the early days of hundreds of television channels competing for the same finite pool of viewer attention. This is a practical explanation, and it is almost certainly true as a description of the creative decision. But the show exists inside its own universe, and within that universe, the yellow skin is a fact, and facts have implications, and those implications lead somewhere if you follow them carefully enough. The show's universe is internally consistent in ways that reward attention. The show does not forget things casually. When it appears to forget things, that forgetting is usually the subject of its own theory, as we will discover throughout this evening. So let us ask the question the show's universe demands. Within Springfield, what makes everyone yellow? Let's start with the geography of the yellow skin, because the geography is where the first clue lives. It is not universal. This is the detail that the show includes so quietly, so consistently, and with such apparent casualness that it has been hiding in plain sight for decades. When characters arrive in Springfield from somewhere else, they do not look like Springfield residents. Guest characters, visitors, people from other towns or cities or countries who appear in episodes and then depart, these people have skin that is rendered differently. Not dramatically differently, not in a way that the show calls attention to with a dramatic camera push or a pointed piece of dialogue, but observably differently if you're paying attention over the course of many episodes. They look more like people. Their proportions are subtly more naturalistic. Their features sit on their faces in ways that are slightly more representative of actual human anatomy. Their eyes are a little less distended. Their overall visual design carries a quality of being grounded in the physical world in a way that Springfield residents, after decades of exposure to the show's visual vocabulary, do not quite seem to be. The differences are not enormous, and the show certainly never points to them, but they are consistent. Decade after decade, guest character after guest character, the people who come from outside Springfield have a visual quality that is recognizably, though subtly, different from the permanent residents. The people who come from outside Springfield look different from the people who live there. Now, there is a straightforward creative explanation for this. Animators drawing famous guest voices tend to caricature those people more specifically, anchoring the character design to recognizable features rather than the Simpsons house style. When a musician appears as themselves, the animators want you to know immediately who it is, so they push toward likeness over stylization. This creates a character who looks slightly more real, slightly more grounded in physical actuality than the cartoon Springfield residents around them. But within the logic of the show's own universe, something different is being communicated. There is a visible, consistent, observable difference between the people of Springfield and the people who do not live there. The permanent residents of Springfield are yellow. The visitors are not. The permanent residents have certain physical characteristics: bulging eyes, unusual proportions, four-fingered hands, hair that maintains its shape without product or gravity, that the visitors do not share. And if you accept the radiation theory, even partially, even just as a lens through which to examine what the show has been quietly doing across its entire history, then this difference is not merely an artistic choice. It is evidence of something the show has been depicting consistently since its second season, when a three-eyed fish was pulled from the river near the power plant, and the town shrugged and moved on. The yellow skin of Springfield is the most visible symptom of an environmental condition that has been operating in this town for as long as the power plant has been running. Let us go further, because the yellow skin is only the most obvious visible difference between Springfield residents and everyone else. The full picture is more detailed than that, and each element of it is quietly consistent across the show's entire run. The eyes. Every Springfield resident has eyes that bulge slightly outward from their face. Not dramatically, not in the way of a caricature or a grotesque exaggeration, but noticeably in a way that gives the town's population a perpetual quality of very mild, permanent surprise, as though they are always in the process of registering something that they have not quite finished understanding yet. This is a subtle effect, but it is universal. Every child at Springfield Elementary, every patron at Moe's Tavern, every person in the grocery store, in the church, in the town meeting hall, all of them with those slightly outward eyes that see everything and question nothing. The hands. Four fingers. Every Springfield resident has four fingers on each hand. Not a missing finger, not an injury, not a prosthetic substituting for something lost. Simply four fingers, as though the normal human complement of five was edited somewhere in the process of becoming a person who lives in Springfield. A person who grew up here, who was born here, whose parents were born here. The number was adjusted, the adjustment held, and nobody in Springfield notices, because how do you notice a thing that has been true of everyone you have ever known for as long as you have existed? The hair. Bart's 7 spikes of hair maintain their shape without product. They have maintained this shape since he was born. They will apparently maintain it indefinitely through weather and sleep and the various physical indignities that Bart Simpson routinely subjects himself to. The spikes never droop. They never flatten. They never deviate from their 7-point configuration, regardless of what is happening to the rest of his body. Lisa's starfish of hair is the same. Geometrically precise, structurally impervious, maintaining its configuration through everything Springfield visits upon her. And Marge's tower, 5 feet of blue-gray vertical structure that she has maintained in the exact same configuration across every episode of the show's run. Hair does not grow this way. Hair, by the physical properties that govern hair, cannot maintain this configuration without intervention well beyond what standard hair products provide. And yet, Marge's hair is there. Every episode, every season, unchanged. Not just well maintained, but architecturally stable in a way that suggests that whatever the hair is doing, it is no longer precisely subject to the same physical laws that govern hair in the world outside Springfield. And the physical resilience. Homer Simpson has survived events that should have killed him dozens of times. Not in dream sequences, not in Treehouse of Horror episodes that exist outside the show's normal continuity. In regular canonical episodes, Homer absorbs physical trauma that would be fatal to any actual human being and emerges from it with at most a bandage and a look of mild confusion. He has fallen from great heights and landed without permanent damage. He has been electrocuted and recovered. He has been hit by vehicles and returned to work. He has been in explosions, in fires, in cave-ins, and in the specific kind of cartoon physics disaster that is only possible in a place where the relationship between cause and effect has been significantly loosened. He always gets up. This is presented as a comedy trope, and at one level it is. Physical comedy requires resilience. But within the universe of the show, Homer's resilience is a fact, and facts have causes, and the cause the show has been quietly suggesting for 36 years is the same cause it has been suggesting for everything else unusual about Springfield. His body has adapted, not healed from a specific injury, not recovered from a specific event, adapted to the ongoing conditions of its environment in the way that living things adapt over sufficient time and sufficient exposure to a consistent selective pressure. His healing rate is not normal human healing. His pain tolerance is not normal human pain tolerance. His survival of events that should kill him is not luck, because luck does not produce consistent results over 36 years. It is the biological consequence of being born in Springfield, growing up in Springfield, drinking Springfield's water and breathing Springfield's air and spending every working day of his adult life inside Springfield's largest and most visible source of environmental contamination. Now consider the children. Bart, Lisa, and Maggie were all born in Springfield to parents who had already been living in Springfield for years by the time the children arrived. Their exposure to whatever Springfield is producing did not begin when they were born. It began when they were conceived, inside bodies that had already been altered by the town's environment. The children of Springfield are not just exposed to the contamination. They are, in some fundamental sense, produced by it. They are the second generation. And in the logic of biology, the second generation always carries more of an environmental adaptation than the first. The first generation acquires. The second generation inherits. The adaptation has had more time to settle in, more time to become structural rather than superficial. This would explain something that the show has depicted without explaining for 36 years. Lisa Simpson is a genius. Her intelligence, as measured by the various standardized tests and informal assessments the show uses across its run, is genuinely extraordinary. She is 8 years old, and she understands economics and environmental science and political theory and music theory at a level that most adults in Springfield cannot approach. She thinks in ways that the people around her cannot follow, in ways that even the show's writers have had to periodically work around, because the logical conclusions of Lisa's stated principles would, if she were allowed to follow them, require the show to end several important recurring jokes. Where did this come from? Homer Simpson has an IQ that the show's creator has placed at 55. Marge Simpson is kind and emotionally intelligent, but not an intellectual in the academic sense. The Simpson family history, as far as the show has revealed it, does not contain obvious precedents for the kind of mind Lisa has. And yet she has it. It arrived apparently in a child born to a low intelligence father and a modest intelligence mother in one of the most environmentally compromised towns in the history of American fiction. The radiation theory's answer to this is compelling. Radiation does not simply degrade biological systems. Radiation mutates. Mutation is random. Most mutations are harmful. Some are neutral. Very occasionally, a mutation produces something that functions differently from the original, sometimes better in specific ways, sometimes worse, sometimes both simultaneously. Homer's mutation reduced his cognitive function in specific and measurable ways. The crayon is part of the story, but perhaps not all of it. The decades of environmental exposure are part of the story too. Lisa's mutation may have amplified her cognitive function in equally specific ways. The same environmental cause, the same contaminated water and irradiated air, the same town under the shadow of the same cooling towers, producing opposite effects in different individuals within the same family. They are not exceptions to the Springfield mutation. They are its two extremes. Homer is what happens when the power plant takes something away. Lisa is what happens when the power plant gives something strange. And Maggie, who we will return to at length in another section, may be something else entirely. Something the show has not yet fully revealed. Now let's turn to the yellow skin one final time, because there is one more thing about it that the show does very quietly and very precisely, and it is the most revealing detail of all. Maggie Simpson is yellow. This seems obvious, of course. Everyone in Springfield is yellow, but Maggie has never been to school. She has never navigated the town's streets unsupervised. She has never done anything that would expose her to the town's contaminated environment in any way beyond the basic act of existing in Springfield. She is 1 year old. She drinks from bottles that Marge prepares. She is carried everywhere by people who are themselves yellow. She is yellow, which means the yellowing is not something you acquire through exposure, the way you might acquire a tan or develop a rash from prolonged contact with something irritating. It is something you are born with. It is passed down. It is structural. It is part of what Springfield residents carry in their bodies before they are even old enough to be exposed to the environment that produced it in their parents. The second generation inherits what the first generation absorbed. And if that is true, then every child born in Springfield is carrying the town's history inside them before they are old enough to understand what that history is. They are, from their first breath, already Springfield, already yellow, already carrying, in whatever form it takes in each individual biology, the accumulated consequence of decades of environmental contamination. The color of their skin is the fingerprint of the power plant, and it is the first thing you see every time you look at them. Every episode, every frame, every single time a face appears on screen, you are looking at evidence of something. The evidence has been there since the very first episode. The show has been showing it to you for 36 years. The yellow is not the art style. The yellow is the answer. Section 3, Homer's brain. The crayon, the coma, and the man. He could have been, imagine a man who is 39 years old and has been 39 years old for 36 years. He gets up every morning and drives the same route to the same job in the same building. He parks in the same spot. He sits at the same workstation. He eats the same donuts from the same vending machine, And he falls asleep in front of the same reactor readings, and he clocks out at the same time every day and drives home to the same house where the same family is waiting for him. And he is happy. This is the part of Homer Simpson that is hardest to understand if you approach him with any of the theories we have been discussing. If Homer is a man whose intelligence has been suppressed by a foreign object in his brain, if he is living in a contaminated environment that has been degrading his cognitive function since childhood, if he is the product of a family that was systematically broken by a billionaire with a grudge and a father who made the wrong deals with the wrong people, then Homer's happiness should be suspect. It should feel like the contentment of someone who does not know enough to be discontented. The satisfaction of a man who cannot see the walls of his own cage because the thing preventing him from seeing the walls is part of his own biology. And sometimes it does feel like that. There are episodes of The Simpsons where Homer's happiness is genuinely difficult to watch, not because the show is cruel about it, but because it is honest. Homer is happy in ways that are entirely sincere and entirely predicated on not understanding things that would make a more aware person miserable. He is grateful for a job that is dangerous and undignified and exists specifically because Burns needs someone incompetent in that position. He is grateful for the attention of an employer who cannot remember his name. He derives genuine satisfaction from achievements that, examined in the full context of his circumstances, are not achievements at all, but simply the absence of disasters that he himself is largely responsible for. But there are also episodes where something different is visible. There are moments scattered across the show's history like seeds dropped in a field that has never been tended, where Homer reaches for something. Not a donut, not a beer, not the remote control or the next snack or the next small comfort that the house on Evergreen Terrace always has available. Something further away, something less tangible. A moment of understanding, a flash of self-awareness, a second where the man behind the cartoon face looks out at his own life with clear eyes and something that is very close to grief. These moments do not last. They cannot. The show's structure does not permit them to last, and beyond the show's structure, the crayon does not permit them to last, but they happen, and they are the most important moments in Homer Simpson's history. And they tell you more about who this man actually is than any of the comedy that surrounds them. Let's go back to season 12, the episode where the crayon is removed. Homer discovers through a series of circumstances that the show renders with its characteristic mixture of absurdity and emotional precision that there has been a crayon lodged in his frontal lobe since he was 6 years old. The crayon entered his brain through his nostril during an unsupervised moment of childhood experimentation and found its way, through some combination of childhood head shape and unfortunate nasal geometry, into his neural tissue, where it has been sitting ever since. The doctor who discovers this delivers the news with incredulity, and then with something approaching professional obligation, because the news is both medically significant and medically actionable. The crayon has been exerting a specific and consistent pressure on the parts of Homer's brain responsible for higher cognitive function. Not all cognitive function, not the parts that process emotion or memory, or the sensory experience of the world. Specifically, the parts that enable abstract reasoning, critical analysis, the ability to follow a chain of cause and effect to its logical conclusion, and the capacity to understand the broader context of any given situation. Homer has always been able to feel. He has never been fully able to think. The doctor tells Homer that he has always been smarter than he appears, that the crayon has been suppressing his intelligence for his entire adult life, that the person Homer is, the fumbling, good-natured, low-function man who falls asleep at the reactor and drives his car into his own house and once caused a nuclear incident by throwing a donut into the reactor core to see if it would grow bigger, that person is not the whole story of what Homer Simpson could be. And Homer has the crayon removed. What happens next is one of the most quietly devastating sequences in the show's history. Homer's IQ climbs to levels that the show describes as near genius. He becomes articulate. He becomes analytical. He can follow complex arguments and contribute to them with clarity and precision. He reads books that he previously would have used as doorstops. He engages with the world around him at a level of clarity that he has never had access to before, and for a brief and extraordinary period, he is the man he might have been if the crayon had never entered his brain when he was 6 years old. And he is profoundly unhappy. Not because intelligence is bad, not because being smart is inherently a burden or a punishment, but because the intelligence Homer gains comes with a proportional increase in his ability to see his life clearly. And his life, seen clearly, is full of things that he had been protected from fully understanding by the crayon's suppressive effect on his higher cognitive function. He can see what Springfield is. He can see that the fish in the river have 3 eyes and that nobody is investigating why. He can see that the water his children drink comes from the same watershed as the runoff from a facility with 342 safety violations. He can see the distance between the theoretical function of his job, which is to prevent nuclear disasters, and the actual function of his job, which is to be present in the facility in the role of a safety inspector without actually performing any inspection. He can see Burns. He can see his own job for what it is. Not a career, not a livelihood in the full sense of a thing that connects a person to their community through productive contribution. A position that exists specifically because Burns needs someone in it who will ensure that the violations continue, that the inspector's reports are blank, that the regulatory requirement for a safety officer is technically satisfied without the safety officer actually performing the function that the regulation was designed to require. Homer, with the crayon in, has always sensed that something is wrong with his relationship to his job without being able to fully articulate what. There is a recurring quality to his work episodes, a quality of vague dissatisfaction that never quite resolves into understanding, a feeling that something important is missing from the picture without the ability to determine what the something is. Without the crayon, he can see it. He can name it. He can say out loud clearly and with conviction what his job actually is and who it actually serves. And he can see his own history. The mother who disappeared when he was 6. The father who told him she was dead and showed him someone else's grave. The architecture of his own suffering, visible now in a way it has never been before. All of it tracing back to the same employer, the same building, the same man who cannot remember his name. With the crayon in, none of this is fully accessible to Homer. The connections exist, but he cannot follow them. The pattern is there, but he cannot see its shape. He lives inside his own history without being able to map it. Without the crayon, it is all in reach, and it is too heavy to hold. Homer chooses to put the crayon back. He makes this choice deliberately with full knowledge of what he is choosing. He knows that he is choosing to return to a diminished version of himself. He knows that the clarity he has gained will be lost. He knows that everything he has understood during his brief period of unclouded thinking will become inaccessible again, covered over by the fog that the crayon maintains, and that he will return to being the man who falls asleep at the reactor and eats donuts during meltdown warnings and genuinely cannot connect the dots between his employer and his mother's disappearance. He chooses this because being smart in Springfield is unbearable. Now hold that sentence and let it expand, slowly, into the space of this quiet evening. Being smart in Springfield is unbearable. Not because smart people are not valued anywhere. Not because intelligence is always punished in every context everywhere in the world. But because in this specific place, with this specific history, surrounded by these specific systems and this specific power structure, the clarity of mind required to see Springfield for what it is produces a kind of pain that Homer Simpson, with all his capacity for endurance, with his radiation adapted resilience and his remarkable ability to sustain physical trauma, cannot sustain. Lisa Simpson sustains it. This is the thing that makes Lisa's story the most quietly heroic arc in the show's entire run. Lisa is 8 years old, and she sees Springfield clearly, and she does not put the crayon back. She does not have a crayon. She was born without one, or her particular mutation arranged her brain differently from her father's, or something in her specific biology produced a mind that cannot be fogged by the town's accumulated haze of denial and contamination. Lisa sees Springfield clearly, and she keeps looking anyway, but Homer cannot. And when he chooses the crayon, when he makes the deliberate and fully informed decision to return to the person he was before the operation, the show does something unusual. It does not frame this as a tragedy. It does not present Homer's choice as a failure or a surrender or a sign of weakness. The episode ends warmly. Homer goes back to being Homer. The family is relieved and glad, and things return to normal. The show wants you to understand that Homer's choice was reasonable. And it was. This is the thing that makes the crayon episode so unsettling if you sit with it long enough in the quiet. Homer's choice to retreat from clarity into comfortable fog is presented by the show as a valid human response to an unbearable situation. And the show is not wrong. People make this choice, not with crayons, not with any physical object they can point to as the mechanism, but with habits and routines and carefully maintained inattentions, and the daily decision to not follow a certain line of thinking to its conclusion, because the conclusion is somewhere they cannot afford to be. The choice to not know, to not look too closely, to keep the crayon in and go to the same job every day and drink the same beer and watch the same television and not ask questions about the cooling towers. This choice is everywhere. It is not specific to Homer Simpson. It is the defining characteristic of Springfield as a community. But the show gave it a face and a backstory, and a season 12 episode where a doctor removed a piece of colored wax from a grown man's skull and then replaced it at his patient's request. And the patient went home to watch television. Now let's talk about the coma. April 1st, 1993, Season 4, Episode 18. It is April Fool's Day in Springfield, and Bart is escalating his pranks with the specific creative ruthlessness of a 10-year-old who has not yet developed a sense of proportion. The final prank involves Homer's beer, a can of it, and an industrial paint shaker, and the pressure that builds inside the can between the shaker and the opener reaches a level that is incompatible with the can's continued integrity. Homer opens the can. The explosion is violent enough to send him to the hospital. While he is lying in the hospital bed trying to reach a candy bar from a vending machine across the room, the vending machine tips over and falls on him. He flatlines. His brain enters a state of clinical unconsciousness that will last for 7 weeks. This is not presented as a joke. The coma is real. The episode treats it with genuine weight. The family is frightened. Bart confesses his guilt at Homer's bedside with tears on his face and a sincerity that is rare enough in Bart that it registers as something significant. And then Homer wakes up and immediately begins strangling Bart, and everyone laughs and the episode ends. But in the final moments of that episode, before the credits roll, before the family settles back into warmth and normalcy, a piece of information is delivered casually and then immediately buried under the relief of Homer's revival. Homer lost 5% of his brain function during the coma. 5% permanently destroyed, gone in the 7 weeks he spent unconscious, never coming back. Homer laughs at this. He says he does not understand why he is laughing. The family finds this charming. The episode ends, and then The Simpsons continued for 32 more years. But the fans noticed. The fans have been sitting with this detail for 32 years, turning it over, testing it against the show's subsequent history, because a 5% permanent reduction in brain function is not a throwaway detail inserted for texture and then discarded. It is a medical event with ongoing consequences, and those consequences are visible in the shape of the show that followed. Before the coma, The Simpsons was a grounded show. The storylines dealt with recognizable human problems. Homer tries to quit drinking. Marge considers the implications of a flirtation she cannot allow to continue. Lisa develops a crush on a substitute teacher and learns something about the difference between the idea of a person and the person themselves. Bart struggles with his grades and faces the possibility of being held back a year, which would constitute a genuine and irreversible consequence in a show that was, at that point in its run, still allowing consequences. These were family problems. Specific, human, emotionally resonant, rooted in the kind of situations that real families experience, and therefore capable of producing the kind of comedy that comes from recognition rather than pure invention. After the coma, everything changes. Homer goes to space. Mr. Burns captures the Loch Ness Monster. Homer becomes a leader of a vigilante group. Homer joins a secret society. Homer discovers his mother is a fugitive radical. Homer meets God twice. Homer travels to dozens of countries. Homer holds hundreds of different jobs. Homer befriends celebrities and survives physical trauma, and navigates plots that would require, if examined carefully, a Springfield that operates on fundamentally different physical and narrative laws than the Springfield of the first 4 seasons. The escalation is so dramatic that even casual fans have noticed the tonal shift. The internet has been debating when The Simpsons stopped being The Simpsons for 20 years. The coma theory argues that the answer is precise. The Simpsons did not stop being The Simpsons. Homer's brain got worse. And the world inside Homer's brain, as it deteriorates, as the 5% that is gone opens a space that the remaining 95% cannot fully stabilize, becomes progressively more elastic, more willing to accommodate the impossible, more reliant on spectacle and sensation to sustain itself. A damaged brain running a dream of the life it lost will eventually begin filling in the gaps with things it cannot precisely remember. The celebrity appearances, the impossible adventures, the plots that work only if you agree not to think about them carefully. These are the gaps. These are the places where the memory of the real world ends and something the brain invented to replace it begins. And here's the part that stays with you. If the coma theory is true, if everything since April 1993 is happening inside the mind of a man lying in a hospital bed in Springfield General, then every episode of The Simpsons is a love letter. Not a particularly well-structured love letter. Not a letter with consistent internal logic or a coherent treatment of time passing, but a love letter from an unconscious man to the only things that matter to him. Marge, exactly as she looked on the day the vending machine fell. Still patient, still there. Bart, exactly 10 years old, exactly the mischievous, aggravating, secretly tender boy that Homer has always understood better than Bart understood himself. Lisa, 8 years old, still playing the saxophone, still raising her hand when nobody else does. And Maggie, 1 year old, watching everything. Homer's brain cannot age them because it never saw them age. It kept them exactly as they were the moment it stopped being conscious of the world, and it has been presenting them to him ever since. Frozen in the amber of April 1993, a little family in a little house on a little street in a town that does not appear on any map. Because the map is the territory, and the territory is the inside of Homer's mind, and Homer's mind is full of the specific, ordinary, irreplaceable details of the life he had before the vending machine fell. The beer is always cold. The donuts are always there. The couch is always the right shape for the body that falls onto it. And the family is always home. Section 4, Mr. Burns. The architecture of a man who cannot die. There's a building in Springfield that everyone can see but nobody fully understands. It sits above the town the way a very old fact sits above a conversation. Too large to ignore, too established to challenge, too woven into the fabric of how things are to be treated as something that might once have been different. The cooling towers are visible from the schoolyard, from the park where the children play on equipment that is within sight of the steam vents, from the road that Homer drives every morning, passing close enough that on certain clear days the specific glow of the facility's interior lighting is visible through the chain link fence. The plant hums, not loudly, but constantly, and inside it, above everything else in the building, the way the building is above everything else in the town, there is a man. He is old. It is impossible to say with precision how old he is because the show has been contradicting itself on this point since season 1, placing his birth in different decades across different episodes, assigning him memories from different historical periods, giving him a personal timeline that cannot be made internally consistent, no matter how many episodes you cross-reference against each other. He was at Yale at some point. He served in the Second World War. He knew Howard Hughes. He has described the Gilded Age not as something he studied, but as something he remembers, a period he lived through and participated in, when the concentration of industrial wealth in American society was more extreme than at any point before or since, and the men who owned the means of production did not yet have to account to the people whose lives those means of production shaped. He is old in a way that human biology does not accommodate. And he is alive. This is Charles Montgomery Burns. And the mystery of his continued existence is one of the most carefully, quietly, and consistently developed mysteries in the history of American television, hiding inside a show that everyone assumed was too silly to be hiding anything in particular. Let us start with the Three Stooges. There is a scene among the most quoted in the show's history in which Burns visits a doctor for what the doctor presumably expects to be a standard examination. The doctor informs Burns, with increasing incredulity, that he has every disease known to medical science. Not several diseases, not a broad collection of ailments consistent with advanced age. All of them. Every pathology that the medical establishment has identified and cataloged is present in Burns's body simultaneously. The doctor explains what this means using an analogy that is funny and precise and, if you hold it in mind and let it develop, genuinely unsettling. He calls it Three Stooges syndrome. When three people are trying to walk through a doorway at the same time and none of them can fit past the others, the result is not one of them getting through. The result is none of them getting through. They block each other. They are gridlocked in the doorway, pressing against each other, each preventing the others from advancing. Burns's diseases are all competing for the same limited biological resources simultaneously. Each one is trying to advance and finding that every other one is also trying to advance from the adjacent position. The result is a perfect equilibrium of pathology. Stalemate at the cellular level, every disease canceling out every other disease in a biological gridlock that has the combined effect of keeping Burns technically alive, technically functional, and technically the sickest human being in the United States, all at the same time. The doctor calls him indestructible. This is played as a joke, and it is a very good joke. But underneath the joke is a question that the show never answers. How does a man get every disease simultaneously? One answer is extraordinary bad luck, an accumulation of pathological misfortune that just happened to land on one person. But that answer requires accepting a coincidence so extreme that it is functionally indistinguishable from a mechanism. Things that look like extraordinary coincidences usually have causes. And in Springfield, causes tend to lead back to the same place. The other answer is the reactor. Burns has been in proximity to the Springfield nuclear power plant for longer than almost anyone else in the town. He owns it. He has been inside it, overseeing its operations, maintaining his presence in the facility for longer than most of the town has been alive. He is not exposed to the plant's radiation in the way that Homer is exposed. Through ignorant proximity and the absence of proper safety equipment, and the specific indifference of someone who does not understand the danger and therefore cannot take appropriate measures against it. Burns is saturated with it. He has been absorbing low-level radiation for what the show's timeline suggests is the better part of a century. Deliberately to some extent, because the radiation is not incidental to his medical regimen, but central to it. And in the accumulation of that long exposure, his body has developed a relationship with radiation that no human body was designed to have. A century of accumulated radiation exposure disrupts cellular function in the way that sustained exposure to any extreme condition disrupts the systems designed to manage that condition. The immune system, the repair mechanisms, the DNA replication processes, all of them operating under stress that they were not designed to sustain, all of them producing errors that multiply with time. Burns's collection of every disease could be the record of a century of cellular damage, accumulating until every system in the body has been compromised, and every pathology that a compromised biological system can produce has found purchase in the tissue. And then, because all those pathologies compete for the same biological resources, because they are all present at once and therefore all suppressed at once by the competitive pressure they exert on each other, the result is a man who is comprehensively, totally, universally sick and functionally unkillable because of it. The disease equilibrium is not Burns's good luck. It is the mechanism by which a century of radiation exposure expresses itself in a body that has survived long enough to accumulate everything. Now the weekly treatment. In the episode where Homer believes he has seen an alien in the woods near Springfield, the mystery unfolds over the course of the episode's runtime, until the truth is delivered not with the fanfare that a mystery resolution usually demands, but with the casualness of something that should have been obvious. The alien was Burns. Burns undergoes a weekly medical regimen so extreme, so intensive, so loaded with experimental compounds and radiation therapy administered in quantities that no standard medical protocol would sanction, that it produces a side effect that the doctor administering it apparently considers acceptable or at least manageable. Burns's body, during and after the treatment, emits light, not metaphorically, not as an expression of good health or spiritual renewal or any of the other contexts in which we describe people as glowing, literally. In the dark, his body is visible from a distance. His cells have absorbed enough radiation that they produce measurable photons. He glows in the woods. The glow fades within days of each treatment. Within a week, Burns needs another dose. Without the treatment, he dies. With it, he gets one more week. Think about the structure of this for a moment, slowly and carefully, the way you might examine a very complicated object that you have picked up without fully intending to. Burns is not a healthy man who takes precautionary medication. He is not a person with a chronic condition that is managed through regular treatment, stabilized, and kept below the threshold of crisis. He is a man whose life is measured in 7-day intervals. Each treatment extends him for exactly one more week. Miss one, and the measurement stops. The interval closes, and the question of what to do with the plant becomes urgent in a way that it has not been urgent for a very long time. Smithers understands this better than anyone. Smithers' devotion to Burns is one of the show's most discussed character dynamics, analyzed through the lens of unrequited love, of loyalty beyond reason, of the specific psychology of a person who has organized their entire identity around another person's needs. And all of that analysis is valid. The emotional dimension of Smithers' relationship with Burns is real and worth exploring. But underneath it, beneath the emotional complexity, is a practical reality that the show establishes and then mostly leaves in the background because its full implications are more disturbing than the comedy usually wants to accommodate. Smithers keeps Burns alive, not metaphorically, literally. Smithers manages the treatment schedule. Smithers ensures that the weekly appointment is kept, that the right professionals are present and prepared, that Burns arrives at the facility in sufficient time and in sufficient condition to undergo the procedure. Without Smithers' logistical management, the treatment schedule falls apart. And if the treatment schedule falls apart, Burns has 7 days. This is the foundation of their relationship, and it is a stranger foundation than it appears. Smithers is not devoted to Burns because Burns is kind to him. Burns is not kind to Smithers. Burns is occasionally cruel in the specific, absent-minded way of someone who has never had to consider anyone else's feelings because his wealth has always insulated him from the consequences of his own cruelty. Burns forgets Smithers. Burns dismisses him. Burns treats him as furniture, as equipment, as a useful object rather than a person, with a regularity that would have driven any person with other options to seek those other options long ago. Smithers does not have other options, not in the way that matters, because Smithers is also the man who keeps Burns alive. He is the only person who fully understands the treatment schedule, the only person who knows the specific sequence and timing and preparation that the weekly regimen requires, the only person whose absence is, quite directly, a death sentence. Smithers cannot leave Burns because leaving Burns would kill Burns. And killing Burns, even passively, even through the act of simply walking away from a job that has long since stopped deserving his dedication, is something that Smithers cannot do. Because Burns is not just an employer or an unrequited love. Burns is the center of a system that Smithers has organized his entire life around maintaining, and dismantling the center would mean dismantling everything else as well. Smithers is very good at keeping Burns alive. He has been very good at it for a very long time. And the thing about being very good at something, the thing about building your competence and your identity and your daily purpose around a specific skill, is that the skill becomes part of who you are. Smithers is the man who keeps Burns alive. That is not just his job. That is his function in the world, the thing he knows how to do, the specific and irreplaceable contribution he makes to the continued existence of a system that depends on him utterly. Take that away, and what is Smithers? He does not know. And not knowing is worse than staying. Now, the historical layer. Burns's personal timeline, as the show has constructed it across decades of episodes, and throwaway references and carefully placed memories attributed to a man who claims to have been present at events that history records as having happened before any current member of the show's audience was born, is a record of American history viewed from inside the room where the worst decisions were being made. He was present during the Gilded Age. He has described this period not as history, but as personal experience. A period when the concentration of industrial wealth in American society was more extreme than at any point before or since, when the gap between the richest Americans and everyone else was wide enough to be a category difference rather than a degree difference. When the men who owned the factories and the railroads and the steel mills operated with essentially no regulatory oversight because the regulatory framework that would eventually constrain them had not yet been invented. Burns thrived in that environment. He is, in many ways, a product of it. Formed during a period when the idea that wealth had social obligations had not yet taken hold in American law or culture. When if you owned the thing, you could do whatever you wanted with the thing, including the things that would eventually, when the regulatory framework caught up to the industrial practice, be classified as crimes. The dumping, the contamination, the specific and sustained disregard for the health and safety of the people whose labor and proximity made your wealth possible. Burns carried this worldview forward through a century in which it became increasingly unacceptable, managing his continued operation through the tools that were available to him in each era. Corruption in the early 20th century, when the tools were more direct and the oversight was more absent. Political influence in the mid-century, when the tools became more sophisticated and the operations more indirect. Environmental compliance theater in the later decades, when the regulatory framework had become complex enough that appearing to comply was a skill set distinct from the skill set of actual compliance. Each era presented new constraints, and Burns found new ways around them, because Burns has always been better at this than the people trying to hold him accountable. And the reason he is better at it is simply that he has been doing it for longer. He knows how regulatory agencies work because he has watched them be created, challenged, reformed, defunded, reinvigorated, and restructured multiple times over. He knows how politicians work because he has owned enough of them to understand the mechanisms. He knows how communities work because he has been at the center of this one for longer than anyone else currently alive. He knows Springfield better than Springfield knows itself, and he uses that knowledge every day to maintain the conditions under which his plant continues to operate, under which his wealth continues to accumulate, and under which the people of Springfield continue to absorb, silently and without adequate understanding, the cost of his continued existence. Burns is too expensive to die. That is the most honest sentence the show has ever offered about this character. Not too powerful to fail, not too evil to be stopped. Too expensive to die. The machinery of his wealth, oriented toward one goal across a century of operation, has produced a man whose survival is a project rather than a condition. He is maintained. He is serviced. He is kept running the way you keep a machine running that you cannot afford to replace, through careful management of its ongoing requirements and the specific engineering that prevents the failure modes that would otherwise claim it. And Springfield keeps the lights on, because it has to. Because the lights went on in Springfield for the first time when Burns built the plant, and the town that grew up around the lights has no memory of the dark that preceded them. The dark is not within living memory. Only the lights exist, and the lights are Burns, and Burns is the lights. The town and the man are locked together in a dependency that has lasted longer than most American institutions, and it will last for as long as the treatment schedule holds. Section 5, The Simpson Children's Habade. 3 kids, 3 fates. The Simpson children are not a unit. This is easy to miss because the show presents them together so consistently. They occupy the same house and the same school and the same family and the same opening credits, always converging on the same couch at the end of the same sequence, presented as 3 components of a single family rather than 3 separate people whose connection is as much circumstantial as it is chosen. But they are not the same. They are not even particularly similar, not in the ways that matter most. They are three people who happen to be born into the same household in the same contaminated town. And what Springfield and the Simpson family and whatever biological alchemy the environment is conducting have done to each of them is completely, almost dramatically different. Let us go slowly through each of them tonight. Bart is 10 years old. He has been 10 years old for 36 years. And 10 is a very specific age to be frozen at. It is not a simple age, not an age that is easily described in a single word or a single characteristic. 10 is the age of maximum velocity with minimum understanding. The body is capable of more than it was a year ago, and the mind has not yet developed the judgment to know what to do with that expanded capability. 10 is the age of dares and stunts, and the specific recklessness of a child who has discovered they can do more than they were previously doing without yet discovering that more is not always better. 10 is the age where cleverness arrives before wisdom, and the result is a person who can conceive of elaborate plans that they lack the moral development to evaluate. Not malicious. Malicious requires a certain understanding of harm that 10-year-olds typically have not yet developed. Just wrong in the specific way that 10-year-olds are wrong, which is enthusiastically and with complete sincerity. Bart has the energy of a child with unlimited physical resilience and the ethical framework of someone who has never had to live long enough with the consequences of his choices to understand what consequences are for. He breaks things. He humiliates people. He puts entire institutions through extraordinary disruptions for the sake of a joke that he will have forgotten by the following Tuesday. And he is funny. This is important and worth saying clearly. Bart's chaos is genuinely funny, genuinely inventive, genuinely alive in a way that makes it impossible to be simply or only angry at him. The pranks and the disruptions and the nicknames and the stunts are not malicious. They are the expression of a mind that is large enough to conceive of them and not yet developed enough to feel responsible for them. Bart is 10 years old. He is supposed to be reckless. He is supposed to be funny and wrong in equal measure. But Bart is always 10 years old. This means he is always reckless. Always wrong in the specific way that 10-year-olds are wrong. Always about to learn a lesson that he will have forgotten by the next episode so that he can begin the process of learning it again. The school subjects him to punishment after punishment, the chalkboard and the principal's office, and the various other institutional responses that Springfield Elementary has available. None of them produce lasting change. None of them can. Change requires time, and time does not move in Springfield, and Bart remains exactly who he was at 10, which is both his limitation and his protection. Because here's the thing about being frozen at 10. You never have to become the person who stopped being reckless. You never have to develop the relationship with a consequence that produces the specific weariness of someone who has been responsible for too long. You never have to grow up, which means you never have to lose the specific, untamable, alive quality that makes Bart Bart. The adult Bart that the show occasionally imagines, in flash-forward episodes and alternate timeline stories, is a man who is still running on the engine of his 10-year-old self in a body that is caught up to a world that does not accommodate that engine the way Springfield did. He has charm and resilience and an extraordinary capacity for improvisation in situations that require exactly that. But he has never been taught discipline, and he has never developed the ability to follow through on things that do not immediately reward him. And the world beyond Springfield requires both of these things from adults. The adult Bart the show imagines is a man who still thinks like a kid, and that is not a cartoon trope. That is a portrait of arrested development, of what happens to a person who is never allowed or never allows themselves to grow past the identity that felt most natural at the age at which growth stopped. Now, Lisa, Lisa is the show's conscience and its tragic figure and its most patient argument that intelligence without community is its own kind of poverty. She is 8 years old. She has been 8 years old for 36 years. And 8 is, in some ways, an even more specifically chosen age to be frozen at than 10. Because 8 is the age of maximum idealism before the first real defeat. 8 is old enough to understand that the world is unfair, but young enough to believe that your understanding of this will eventually produce change. That the right argument, made clearly enough and consistently enough, will eventually reach the people who need to hear it. That the world can be improved if the right person is paying attention and willing to do the work. Lisa is always paying attention. Lisa is always willing to do the work. She is outraged by the environmental destruction her town conducts every day of its existence. She is outraged by the social injustices that Springfield perpetuates with cheerful indifference. She is outraged by the school system's failure to challenge her, by the town's failure to listen to her, by her family's failure to understand why these things matter. She raises her hand in classrooms where nobody else raises their hand. She writes letters to institutions that do not respond. She publishes newspapers that get her into trouble. She argues constantly, passionately, and almost entirely without effect for a better version of the world she lives in. And the world does not change. This is the deepest cruelty of Lisa's situation, and the show depicts it without softening it. Lisa is more intelligent than everyone in her school, more thoughtful than most of the adults in her community, more analytically rigorous than almost anyone she encounters in Springfield. She has, by every measurable standard, the tools to make a difference. And she cannot make a difference. Not in Springfield. Not while she is 8 years old and the daughter of Homer Simpson and a resident of a town that has made the suppression of uncomfortable truths into a civic virtue so deeply embedded that it operates automatically without anyone having to consciously choose it. There are episodes where this is the explicit subject. Episodes where Lisa wins a battle and the victory means nothing by the following week, because Springfield has reset and the thing she fought for has been forgotten. Episodes where Lisa is proven right about something important, and the validation arrives too late and in the wrong form to produce actual change in the world. Episodes where she connects with someone who understands her, a teacher or a musician or a visiting intellectual. And then that person leaves Springfield because Springfield is not a place where people like that stay. Lisa always gets left. She is always the smartest person in the room and the most isolated person in the room. And the show has been depicting this with extraordinary precision for 36 years without letting it become entirely unbearable. Because the show always maintains the possibility that Lisa's consistency, her refusal to stop paying attention or stop being outraged, will eventually matter, will eventually accumulate into something, will eventually be seen by someone who has the capacity to respond to it in a way that makes a difference. The show never lets this happen, but it keeps the possibility alive. Because without the possibility, Lisa is just a girl shouting into wind, and the show has too much respect for her to reduce her to that. Now Maggie. Maggie Simpson is the show's greatest hidden argument. She is the character the show has been constructing most carefully and most slowly and with the most consistent detail over its entire run, because Maggie is the character the show has never fully revealed. She is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. She does not speak in any meaningful, sustained way. She does not walk reliably. She communicates through the movement of a pacifier and the direction of very large eyes, and the occasional perfectly timed physical intervention that saves someone's life at precisely the moment it most needs to be saved. And she is the most capable person in the Simpson family. The evidence for this is extensive and spans the entire run of the show, and we will return to it at length in another section. For now, the key detail is the silence. Maggie has chosen not to speak. This is the theory that the show supports most consistently, most quietly, most persuasively across 36 years. Maggie can speak. We know this because she has spoken once, and the show chose to render this moment, this single word, with the voice of Elizabeth Taylor. A choice so deliberately overqualified for a single syllable that the overqualification itself is the message. The show gave Maggie's first and only sustained word the most famous actress in the world, as though to say that when Maggie speaks, it will be worth that. And then Maggie went quiet again. She is still quiet. Consider what Maggie has observed from her position inside the Simpson family, from behind the pacifier and those very large eyes for 36 years. She has watched Lisa, the most intelligent member of the household, exercise that intelligence openly and visibly and consistently, and she has watched what Springfield does to people who do this. It ignores them. It dismisses them. It sends them home with the saxophone case and the unfinished composition and the raised hand still extended into empty air. Lisa speaks. Springfield does not listen. Maggie has been watching this for 36 years. She has decided not to speak. Section 6. Marge, the most overlooked character on the show. Marge Simpson does not get enough credit. This is not a controversial statement. It is the consensus of everyone who has ever thought seriously about The Simpsons for more than a passing moment. The show itself acknowledges it repeatedly. The specific acknowledgement that Marge is underappreciated by her family and her community, that the person doing the most work to keep everything functional is the least likely to be celebrated for it. But the nature of what Marge is doing, the specific and subtle and decades-long project she is engaged in, simply by continuing to live her life in the house on Evergreen Terrace, is something the show depicts with extraordinary care and almost no fanfare. Marge Simpson is holding a world together. Not metaphorically, not in the vague sense in which we sometimes say that certain people hold things together in a generalized way. Literally. The Springfield that exists in the show, the functional, inhabited, recognizable place where 36 years of stories have happened, exists in its current form because Marge is maintaining it. If Marge stopped, if she woke up one morning and decided that the effort required to keep Homer employed and Bart in school and Lisa's needs attended to and Maggie safe and the household running and the community connections maintained, was not worth what it costs her to provide all of this continuously, Springfield would not survive it. The show knows this. There are episodes placed carefully across the show's history that show you glimpses of what happens when Marge stops. They are some of the most unsettling episodes in the show's entire run, not because they are the darkest or the saddest, but because they reveal, in the specific way that absence reveals, exactly what Marge's presence is providing. When Marge becomes depressed, the house deteriorates. Not immediately, not dramatically, not in the obvious way of disaster, but in the specific creeping way of neglect, the slow accumulation of small failures that are each individually tolerable and collectively constitute a kind of unraveling. Dishes in the sink, laundry that has not been attended to, dinners that are not made, and a quality of attention that is not given, the invisible 1,000 daily acts that constitute the difference between a functioning household and a place where people happen to be living. When Marge leaves, Homer cannot manage. This is played as comedy, usually Homer's incompetence in the domestic sphere played against Marge's competence for maximum comic contrast. But the joke contains a truth that is more uncomfortable than the comedy usually lets you sit with. Homer's ability to function as a husband and a father and an employee and a member of a community is significantly and specifically dependent on Marge's ongoing management of the conditions under which he operates. Homer is not independent in any meaningful sense. He is supported continuously by a person whose support he has spent 36 years taking for granted, with the specific and thorough gratitude blindness of someone who has never had to imagine the alternative. This is not unusual. It is one of the most common dynamics in American family life, and The Simpsons depicts it with more precision and more honesty than almost any other show in television history. Because The Simpsons is at its core about the reality of middle class family life, and the reality of middle class family life includes this. Marge works. She works constantly. She works in the house, and she works in the community, and she works emotionally on the relationships that matter to her, attending to Homer's ego and Bart's chaos and Lisa's needs and Maggie's silence with a sustained, patient, practical intelligence that the show rarely gives her credit for explicitly, but depicts everywhere implicitly. The intelligence is visible in every episode she is in. It is just visible as competence rather than as labeled brilliance, and we are worse at recognizing the former than the latter. Now let's talk about the hair. Marge Simpson's hair is one of the most distinctive images in American popular culture. The blue-gray tower maintained an exact configuration across every episode of the show's run, through every storm and disaster and physical transformation that Springfield visits on its residents. The hair never changes. It cannot change. It is as much a part of Springfield's fixed landscape as the cooling towers or the quick E-Mart. But in the early seasons of the show, in certain frames from the first few years, Marge's hair has a quality of visible effort to it. It looks like a hairstyle that is being maintained rather than a hairstyle that simply is. It looks like something she chose and tends to, a decision she renews each morning, an act of self-presentation that costs something, even if that something is only time and attention and the specific energy of caring about how you look. In later seasons, the hair looks like something she was born with, like something innate, like a physical characteristic rather than a decision. This visual shift tracks with something that happens to Marge as the show ages, the movement from depicted character to symbol. Early Marge is a person. She has opinions that conflict with Homer's. She has desires that the household does not automatically accommodate. She is restless in ways that the show depicts honestly and without judgment. She is not simply the wife or the mother. She is a person who is also a wife and also a mother. And the distinction is one the show worked hard to maintain in its early seasons. Later, Marge is more fully an institution. She is the stabilizing force, the person who makes everything else possible, the emotional center around which the rest of the family orbits. These are things she genuinely is in the logic of the show, but they're also things that, if they become the entirety of her identity, represent a flattening of the character that the early seasons took care to prevent. The show resists this flattening in its best Marge episodes, and those episodes are consistently among the show's most beautiful, because they give us back the person inside the symbol. They give us the Marge who has desires that have nothing to do with her family. The Marge who is good at things that the household has never asked her to be good at, and who discovers this goodness in situations that the household has never provided. The Marge who, in the particular quiet of a moment that is entirely her own, is restless in a way that 36 years of marriage and motherhood in Springfield have not extinguished. She is still there. The person inside the tower of blue-gray hair. She just does not get enough credit. And there is one more thing about Marge that the show handles with extraordinary care and almost no explicit discussion. Marge Simpson is brilliant, not in the way Lisa is brilliant, Not with the measured IQ and the academic achievements and the towering analytical precision, but in the ways that matter for the life she has chosen, and in the ways that matter for the life she has been given, and in the ways that matter for the specific and ongoing project of maintaining a household and a family and a community connection in a town that is, by any reasonable measure, significantly more demanding than it appears. She is socially intelligent in the precise and demanding sense of knowing, usually immediately, what the people around her need and what they are actually saying under what they appear to be saying. She is emotionally intelligent in the sense of knowing what she herself feels and what those feelings mean and what to do about them in ways that do not damage the people she loves. She is practically intelligent in the sense of solving problems under significant constraint, of managing resources and relationships, and competing demands in a household that is constantly presenting her with new versions of old problems. These are not simple things. They are, in fact, extraordinarily difficult things. The show depicts her doing them with consistency and with a patience that it would be wrong to describe as passive. Marge's patience is not the patience of someone who has nothing to say. It is the patience of someone who has decided that the work is worth doing and has made peace with the fact that the work will not always be seen. Marge Simpson is brilliant in the way that people who run things are brilliant. Not in the way that people who stand in front of things and receive credit for them are brilliant. And after 36 years, that is still the distinction that most of us are not good at seeing. Section 7. Springfield's hidden geography. Every street, every building, every secret Springfield does not exist on any map. This is a fact that the show's creators have acknowledged, a choice they made deliberately and have maintained deliberately across every season of the show's history. Springfield is located in a state that is never definitively identified. It borders states that cannot all simultaneously share a border with the same location. It has geographic features, mountains and deserts and coastlines and forests and a harbor and a gorge, that cannot coexist within a single American municipality unless that municipality occupies a space larger than some entire states. The official explanation is that Springfield is meant to be every American town, that by making its location impossible to pin down, the creators ensured that every viewer in every part of the country could feel that Springfield was their Springfield, the town they grew up in or recognized from the American cultural lexicon. This is true and it is important, but Springfield's geographic impossibility is also, if you spend enough time walking its streets and cataloging its institutions, a record of something stranger and more specific than a creative decision about universality. Let's start with Evergreen Terrace, 742 Evergreen Terrace. The house is yellow with a green roof and a white picket fence and a single tree in the front yard, and a garage that has never successfully housed a car. It is a completely ordinary house, the kind of house that could be on any residential street in any American city or suburb, rendered with enough specificity to feel real and enough generality to feel universal. The street is quiet. It has the quality of residential streets that are slightly past their peak, built during a period of optimism about middle-class suburban life, and since settled into a comfortable second-hand existence. The house is slightly worn but not neglected. The trees mature and providing real shade. The sidewalks cracked in the specific pattern of sidewalks that have been through many winters without receiving the attention that full repair would require, but have received enough maintenance to remain functional. Ned Flanders lives next door. This is one of the show's most consistent geographic facts. Whatever else changes in Springfield, whatever episode-specific reconfigurations of space and distance the story requires, Ned Flanders is next door. His house is identical in structure to the Simpsons house, but maintained with a care that makes the two structures look like before and after photographs of the same building. His lawn is perfect. His paint is fresh. His garden is tended with the specific zeal of a man who has found in the visible order of the external world an outlet for an internal energy that his other commitments do not fully accommodate. The juxtaposition of these two houses is not accidental. The show positioned them next to each other from the first episode and has never moved them, because the proximity of the Simpsons and the Flanders is one of the show's central structural facts. Homer and Ned are not just neighbors. They are arguments. They are the show's two models for how to live in Springfield, placed side by side so that every episode can draw the comparison without having to state it explicitly. Homer's house is chaos managed into a form of livability by Marge's continuous intervention. Ned's house is order maintained at personal cost by a man whose internal life is significantly more turbulent than his exterior suggests. Both of them are on Evergreen Terrace. Both of them are yellow. Both of them go about their business under the sky that the opening credits showed you first thing, below the cooling towers that the opening credits put in front of everything else. Springfield Elementary. The school is one of the most thoroughly mapped institutions in the show's history. Bart and Lisa spend significant portions of every episode within its walls, and the show has used the school across decades of episodes to explore questions about what institutions designed to shape people do to people, and whether those people have any meaningful relationship to the shaping process, or are simply objects to which it is applied. The building is visually consistent, a single-story structure with a distinctive set of exterior features that the show renders reliably across seasons. An interior that is somewhat less reliable, occasionally expanding to accommodate plot-specific sequences that do not quite fit the building's visible exterior footprint. Because Springfield's interior spaces, like Springfield's geography, operate according to rules that are more elastic than the rules governing the external appearance of things. But the most interesting thing about Springfield Elementary is not its physical structure. It is what the school is doing. The school is, by every measurable standard, failing its students. This is not a harsh external judgment. It is the show's own judgment, delivered repeatedly and with precision across hundreds of episodes that examine the school's budget, its curriculum, its teaching staff, its administrative priorities, and its outcomes. The building is underfunded. The resources are inadequate. The teachers, with some notable exceptions, have been in the building long enough to have reached an accommodation with its limitations, which is to say they have stopped expecting the school to function well and have adjusted their own performance to match the institution's capacity. Principal Skinner, who is of course not actually Principal Skinner, runs the school with a combination of bureaucratic habit and suppressed desperation. He is a man who took on another person's identity and discovered that the identity came with a job, and the job came with an institution, and the institution came with decades of accumulated dysfunction that he inherited without fully understanding what he was getting into. He copes with the dysfunction the way he copes with everything, by managing his own response to it with careful behavioral discipline, maintaining the appearance of order even when the order is primarily theatrical. The school is also the place where the show's two most interesting children interact with the world beyond their family. Bart at school is a different person from Bart at home. Not a better or worse person exactly. A person who has found his relationship to the institution and knows what he is within it, which is the adversary, the permanent challenge to whatever stability the school is attempting to maintain. And this identity is as comfortable to Bart as any identity he has. Lisa at school is more complicated. Lisa keeps hoping. She keeps raising her hand. She keeps expecting that this teacher, this curriculum, this year will be the one where the school recognizes what it has in her and responds accordingly. And the school keeps not responding accordingly. The school is not designed for Lisa. It is designed for the student in the middle of the distribution. the student who is manageable and roughly age appropriate in their abilities, and unlikely to present the institution with demands that exceed what it can comfortably provide. Lisa is not this student, and the school has no protocol for what she is. So it gives her gold stars and moves on to the students who require less. Moe's Tavern. If Springfield Elementary is where the show examines what institutions do to children, Moe's Tavern is where the show examines what adult life does to what people meant to become. The bar is dark. This is its most important physical characteristic. Not dark in a threatening way, not dark in a way that suggests danger or ill intent. Dark in the way of a place that understands that certain conversations are easier in low light, that certain things are easier to say or hear or admit to when the sharp edges of visibility are softened. The bar provides cover. The darkness is a service. Moe runs the tavern and has been running it since the first episode. It has not changed in any meaningful way in 36 years. The same bar, the same bottles on the same shelf, the same lighting that makes everyone inside look slightly more defeated than they would look outdoors. The same regulars occupying the same spaces, having arrived at their particular bar stools through the specific gravity of habit. Moe himself is one of the show's most carefully observed characters, because Moe is the show's portrait of a person who had potential and lost it, and has been living with the loss for so long that the loss has become its own kind of identity. He was a boxer once, a professional, a person whose specific and unusual physical skill connected him to a world that valued that skill in ways that Springfield does not value most of the skills it houses. And then something ended the boxing, and Moe found himself behind a bar, and the decades accumulated, and now the bar is what he is. Not all of him. Not the version of him that existed before the bar, the version that trained and competed and had a body that was a precise and tested instrument, but the version that is currently available. He is not nothing. The bar is not nothing. The darkness and the low prices and the hours when everyone else is closed are all real services that the tavern provides to a community that needs them. But Moe knows what the bar is not, and what it is not is what he was going to be. And this knowledge sits with him behind the counter every night, quietly, companionably, the way all the things that did not work out eventually settle into companionship. The Quick E-Mart. Every detail of the Quick E-Mart is a detail about the specific economics of the neighborhood it serves. The fluorescent lighting, the goods on the shelves arranged with the efficiency of a place that cannot afford waste but also cannot afford to look depleted. The prices that are marginally higher than the grocery store, justifiable by the hours and the proximity and the absence of judgment about what you need at this particular moment. The Quick E-Mart is open when everything else is closed. This is its essential contribution to Springfield's geography. The fact that it occupies the hours that the other institutions vacate, providing in those hours a specific and necessary function that the community would not otherwise have access to. Apu runs it with an attention to detail that is both professional and deeply personal. The store is not just a job. It is the context around which his American life is organized. He understands exactly what the store is and what it costs him to run it, including the hours and the stress, and the specific quiet grief of someone who arrived in this country with one set of plans and found themselves executing a completely different set of plans with equal dedication, because the plans that were available are better than no plans at all. The nuclear power plant. We have been circling it throughout this section, and it deserves direct address as a geographic fact of Springfield before we continue. The plant is visible from nearly everywhere in Springfield. The cooling towers are depicted in establishing shots throughout the show's history as the dominant feature of the town's skyline, the fixed point against which everything else is oriented. You can see the plant from the school, from the park, from the neighborhood. From the road, Homer drives every morning, passing close enough on certain clear days to see details that perhaps should not be as visible as they are from a public road. The plant is everywhere in Springfield because everywhere in Springfield is downwind of the plant. This is the geographic fact the show has never stated but has been depicting since its first season. Springfield's layout is the layout of a community organized around an industrial facility that preceded it. The streets and the neighborhoods and the institutions were built after the plant, in relationship to the plant, with the plant as the given condition of existence that everything else accommodated. The people of Springfield did not choose to live near a nuclear reactor. The reactor was there, and they built their lives around it, not because they examined the situation and concluded it was wise, but because it was there and they were there, and leaving requires a certainty about the future that most people do not have in sufficient quantity to act on. So they stayed, and the plant stayed, and the relationship between the town and its poison continued, invisibly and constantly for longer than anyone has been paying attention. That is Springfield's geography. Every establishing shot is showing you this. The town is organized around what is hurting it. Section 8. The supporting cast, Ned, Moe, Barney, Skinner, and their buried stories. Every character in Springfield has a buried story. This is what makes The Simpsons different from almost every other long-running animated show in television history. Most animated shows have supporting characters who exist to perform specific functions. They are furniture. They arrive when they are needed, and they are folded back into the background when they are not. The Simpsons has never been fully satisfied with this. The supporting characters of Springfield are not furniture. They are people with histories and needs and specific interior lives that the show has been quietly elaborating for 3 decades, usually in the background of episodes that are officially about something else. Occasionally in episodes that give a supporting character the full treatment and reveal something about them that reframes everything the show has previously done with them. Let us go deeper with Ned Flanders. Ned is the show's most complicated argument about the relationship between goodness and happiness. He is a good man, genuinely. Not in the sanitized, performed way of someone who wants to be seen as good. In the actual way, the way that costs something, the way that requires choosing the patient response when the impatient one is available, and choosing the generous response when the selfish one is available, and choosing to forgive when forgiveness requires setting aside something real. He is devoutly religious in a way that the show has always treated with more respect than the larger culture often grants to expressed religious devotion. Ned's faith is not a joke, not a punchline, not a shorthand for naivety or closed-mindedness. His faith is the organizing principle of his life, the framework inside which he understands what happens to him and what he should do about it. It is, for better and occasionally for worse, what Ned is built around. And God talks to Homer. This is the show's darkest joke about Ned, and it is worth sitting with for a moment in the quiet. Homer has met God. In actual, canonical, not a dream sequence encounters, Homer Simpson, who sleeps during church services and whose relationship with organized religion is best described as one of mutual convenient indifference, has had face-to-face conversations with the actual deity that Ned has structured his entire life around serving. God does not talk to Ned. Ned prays. Ned attends services. Ned reads scripture. Ned has organized every behavioral aspect of his daily life around his understanding of what God requires. And God has never said anything back. Not once. Not in 36 years of episodes. Not a whisper or a sign or the kind of gentle confirmation that would make Ned's sustained effort feel like it was landing somewhere. Homer gets the vision. Ned gets the silence. This is the show being honest about something that it does not often say out loud, which is that the universe does not distribute its rare gifts according to merit or effort or the sincerity of devotion. Homer does not deserve divine audience. But Homer gets it because Homer's story required it, and the universe in Springfield arranges itself around the story. Ned's story does not require divine confirmation. Ned's story requires sustained, unrewarded effort. It requires goodness without response. It requires the specific faith of someone who maintains belief in the absence of evidence, not as a weakness, but as a discipline. Because the alternative, the faith that requires ongoing confirmation to survive, is not really faith in the sense that Ned means the word. But the darkness of it is real. The comedy of it is real too. Both things are true about this joke, and the show knows it. Now, the breakdown. When the hurricane destroys Ned's house and the community rebuilds it so poorly that it collapses immediately, Ned snaps. He has a complete psychological breakdown, visible to the viewer in the specific way of something that has been building for years and has finally found the small additional pressure it needed to exceed the threshold. He screams at the town. He insults every person who has ever wronged him. He says things he has been holding inside for decades, things the behavioral conditioning has been suppressing since childhood. And the content of what he says is not the anger of a saint briefly overwhelmed. It is the anger of someone who has been carrying it for 30 years and has finally run out of room to carry it. And then he is institutionalized, and there, in the institution, the show reveals the mechanism. Ned was a violent, uncontrollable child. His parents, being counterculture figures who did not believe in discipline, took him to a psychiatrist who spent years conditioning the aggression out of him through behavioral modification. Ned's kindness is not a character trait that emerged organically from his nature. It is a psychological cage built around a feral child, maintained through decades of conditioning. Everything about Ned reads differently once you know this. His patience with Homer is not saintly tolerance. It is the programmed response of a man whose brain was rewired to suppress anger, regardless of the provocation. His forgiveness of Homer after the death of his wife is not grace in any spiritual sense. It is the conditioned response of a man who was taught, through a process he did not choose and did not consent to, that anger is not permitted. The cage holds, almost always. The times it does not, the brief moments when the feral self surfaces, are visible as something almost like relief, as though the person underneath the conditioning has been waiting for a moment to breathe. Ned Flanders is the saddest character on the show, not Homer, who is too cognitively impaired to fully comprehend the architecture of his own suffering. Not Lisa, who is young enough to still believe that improvement is possible. Ned, the man who does everything right and receives nothing in return. The man who was programmed before he was old enough to consent to the programming. The man whose God talks to everyone but him. Now, Barney. Barney Gumble is the show's portrait of waste. The specific and melancholy waste of what a person might have been. He went to high school with Homer. He was, by the show's depiction, a more academically capable student than Homer. A person whose intellectual prospects at 17 were significantly better than what his adult life eventually produced. He had a plan. He was going to MIT. He had the grades and the focused ambition of a young man who could see a clear path and was walking toward it. And then Homer offered him a beer. Barney, who had never had a beer, drank it. And something happened that did not unhappen. He drank the second beer and the third, and the plans for MIT faded. And the Moe's Tavern years began. And 30 years later, Barney is the man at the end of the bar who is going to MIT. The show is clear that Barney is intelligent. His occasional moments of clarity, The flashes of the person he might have been breaking through the person he became are used for comedy, but also used for something more. They establish that the Barney who had plans is still in there. Inside the alcoholism, inside the decades of Barstool, inside the belching and the sentimentality, and the specific shapelessness of a life that lost its organizing principle very early, that person is still resident. He surfaces. In episodes where Barney gets sober, the version that emerges is creative and focused and capable of things his drinking self cannot approach. The show treats Barney's sobriety not as a simple good thing, but as a complicated thing, because the Barney who sobers up is also the Barney who can fully see what the drinking years cost him. He always goes back. The show does not judge him for this. It has never judged Barney Gumble in any episode of its run. It depicts him with warmth and specificity that constitute their own form of respect. Now, Skinner. Armin Tamzarian. The revelation of Principal Skinner's true identity is one of the most divisive moments in the show's history. But the character underneath the revelation is more interesting than either the shock of the reveal or the fan backlash against it. Consider what the show had built. Across the seasons before the Tamzarian revelation, in Skinner's relationship to the school, to Agnes, to Bart. This is a man who is meticulous in his care for an institution that does not reward care. He runs Springfield Elementary with a combination of bureaucratic fastidiousness and genuine, if frustrated, devotion to the idea of what a school should be, a place where children become more capable versions of themselves. He fails at this constantly and specifically because the school's limitations exceed his management and because the student body contains Bart Simpson. But he tries. Every episode, he tries. And then we learn he is not who he said he was. But here's the question the episode raises and then buries under Springfield's collective vote to simply move on. After 20 years of being Skinner, has Tamzarian become Skinner? He took on the identity as an act of guilt and convenience and sudden need. And then he lived that identity for 20 years. He ran Skinner's school and lived with Skinner's mother and navigated Skinner's relationships with students and teachers and the superintendent. He did the work that Skinner would have done in the place where Skinner would have done it. Is the man who showed up every day and ran the school, who maintained whatever standards the institution could maintain, who tried and failed and tried again in the specific and unglamorous way of someone doing a hard job in a constrained environment, is that man Skinner? The show says yes. The town votes yes. And perhaps the most honest answer is the same one. He is the only Skinner Springfield ever actually had. The name does not make the person. The showing up does. And Sideshow Bob, Robert Underdunk Terwilliger Jr., is the show's most overtly theatrical character. A formally educated, classically trained, intensely cultivated man who was reduced by the specific indignities of the entertainment industry to serving as a clown's sidekick, and who has never forgiven the world for this. He attended a prestigious university. He read Dickens. He appreciates opera with a genuine and informed passion. He has a sophisticated aesthetic sensibility that is, by any measure, real. These are not affectations. This is a person whose intellectual formation was legitimate and extensive, and whose current circumstances do not accommodate what that formation produced. He was Sideshow Bob, the prop, the fall guy, the person whose physical comedy served as the warm-up for someone else's joke, who provided the comedic infrastructure that made Krusty's performance work, who received no credit and no respect and no acknowledgement that what he was doing required skill and attention. He eventually framed Krusty for armed robbery. This was not a rational decision. It was the decision of a person whose resentment had become too large for reason to contain. And he has been leading himself back to that same place through various elaborate schemes ever since. What is interesting about Sideshow Bob is not the villainy. The villainy is operatic and ultimately harmless because the show will not allow it to succeed. What is interesting is the gap between who he is and what he was doing, between the cultivated interior life and the clown costume, between the person he believes himself to be and the person the world assigned him. He is in some ways the show's most honest portrait of a particular kind of resentment, the resentment of a person who believes they have the credentials for a life they were not given and who has spent all their energy since on being furious about it rather than finding a different life. He also, almost against the show's will, becomes sympathetic because the thing he wants is not unreasonable. He wants to be recognized for what he is. He wants to be seen as the person with the education and the taste and the capacity for sophisticated thought rather than the man who takes a rake to the face for someone else's joke. He wants what most people want. He just goes about getting it in spectacularly wrong ways. Section 9, The Treehouse of Horror. When the show tells the truth. Every Halloween, for 36 years, The Simpsons has put on a mask. This is the official explanation for the Treehouse of Horror episodes. These episodes are the show in costume, performing stories that it cannot tell in its regular episodes because those stories require things that the regular format cannot accommodate. Death that is permanent, monsters that are real, a reality so thoroughly altered that it cannot be reset by the following week. The unofficial explanation is more interesting. The Treehouse of Horror episodes are the show without its mask. Not in the sense that the regular episodes are lying to you, but in the sense that the anthology format, by explicitly removing the requirement for continuity and consequence, allows the show to say directly what it is usually saying indirectly. The horror is not a departure from Springfield. The horror is Springfield, rendered without the protective layer of comedy that usually keeps it at a manageable distance. Consider the Treehouse of Horror episode where the Simpsons are abducted by aliens. Kang and Kodos arrive in Springfield and take the family aboard their ship and subject them to a series of experiences that are clearly meant to be frightening. The family is helpless. The aliens are in control. The intentions of the aliens are unclear and almost certainly not benign. But in the regular episodes of The Simpsons, the family's helplessness is also a consistent reality. Homer is helpless against his employer. The town is helpless against Burns's monopoly. Lisa is helpless against the structural indifference of her school. The family is routinely subjected to experiences that are frightening if you strip away the comedy, controlled by forces that are incomprehensible in their priorities, and clearly not oriented toward the family's benefit. The aliens in the horror episode are doing explicitly what Burns does implicitly. The episode with Homer selling his soul for a donut is a Faustian bargain told as farce. Homer trades his immortal soul for a snack. This is played entirely for laughs, but the joke is exactly the same joke the show makes in its regular episodes, where Homer's impulsiveness and his inability to weigh short-term rewards against long-term consequences lead him into situations that cost him something he cannot afford to lose. The Treehouse of Horror just puts a theological frame around a psychological dynamic that has been present since episode 1. The Treehouse of Horror stories are the show with the lights on. In the dark, the regular episodes look one way. The comedy is in the foreground. The dysfunction and the genuine horror of some of what Springfield contains are in the background, softened by joke construction and tonal management. Turn the lights on and the horror is the foreground. The comedy is still there because the show cannot quite turn off the comedy even in its dedicated horror episodes. But the shape of what is underneath is visible. There is an episode in the Treehouse of Horror canon where Homer can kill people by looking at them, not as a joke, as a sustained piece of horror about what happens when a person who is not equipped to manage enormous power is given it anyway, and uses it with the specific combination of good intentions and poor judgment that characterizes Homer's relationship to every powerful thing in his life. He does not mean to hurt people. He never means to hurt people. But people keep saying things, and he keeps looking at them, and the power does what power does, which is express itself regardless of the intentions of the person wielding it. This is, at a fundamental level, exactly what Homer does at the nuclear power plant. He does not mean to create situations where the facility endangers its workers and its community. He does not plan the meltdown, near misses, and the safety violations, and the accumulated decades of radioactive leakage. He falls asleep. He eats donuts. He is absent when he should be present, and present in ways that create hazards when he should be absent. The Treehouse of Horror is the show showing you the truth of what the regular episodes contain by telling the same stories without the protective layer that makes them bearable. The monsters are real. They are real in October, and they are real in every other month too. The show just usually makes sure they are wearing better disguises. There is one more dimension to the Treehouse of Horror that deserves attention, which is what these episodes reveal about Lisa. In the regular episodes, Lisa is the character most often aligned with reason and evidence, and the application of critical thinking to problems that the other characters would rather ignore or laugh off. She is the person who says the difficult thing, who insists on looking at the evidence, who refuses to normalize the abnormal. In the Treehouse of Horror episodes, Lisa frequently understands what is happening before anyone else does. She identifies the monster when the other characters are still rationalizing it away. She traces the horror to its source while everyone else is distracted by its symptoms. She is, in the horror episodes, exactly who she is in the regular episodes. A mind that sees clearly and speaks what it sees. The difference is that in the horror episodes, what she sees is explicitly, visibly, and unmistakably horrifying. In the regular episodes, what Lisa sees is also horrifying. The three-eyed fish, the safety violations, the billionaire who cannot remember her father's name. But because the horror wears the costume of a cartoon and operates within the conventions of a family sitcom, we have been, like Springfield itself, normalized to its presence. The Treehouse of Horror takes the costume off. When the monster arrives and Lisa says what it is, we believe her because the monster is right there in front of us. In the regular episodes, we have been less reliable about believing her, but the monster was always right there in front of us. Lisa has been saying what it is for 36 years. We just needed the lights on to see it clearly. Section 10. The Couch Gag. 36 years of messages hidden in plain sight. We have reached the end of the tour. The credits are about to roll. The family is racing home. Every member from their separate direction through their separate day, converging on the living room, on the couch, on the moment of reunion that happens at the end of every episode of every season of every year that this show has been on the air. And we need to talk about what the couch gag has been doing, not what it appears to be doing, not the official function of providing a brief visual joke at the end of the opening credits, a short anthology film about the family being put into improbable situations on their most domestic piece of furniture. What it has actually been doing. The couch gag has been the show's private conversation with itself. For 36 years, the show has used the couch gag to say things it cannot say in the episode that follows, to reference its own structure, to acknowledge its own artificiality, to wink at the audience about the nature of what it is and what it is doing, to bring in outside artists and let them say with visual language what the show cannot say within its own tonal constraints. The simplest couch gags are the pure physical comedy ones. The family sits down and the couch does something unexpected. This is the couch gag in its most elemental form, a visual one-liner, a sight gag compressed into 10 seconds. These are doing what the couch gag does at its most basic level, which is punctuating the opening sequence with a moment of pure cartoon logic, of the kind of thing that can happen when the only rule is that it should be funny and brief. But then there are the other ones. There are couch gags that are themselves complete short films. 3 to 5 minutes of lavishly produced animation, operating with the structural sophistication of something that took significantly longer to make than the episode it precedes. The couch gag by Don Hertzfeldt, in which a distorted future version of the show's characters inhabits a world where the show's visual language has been corrupted by time and replication, is one of the most unsettling pieces of animation in the show's history. It plays at the top of an episode as though it were a routine introduction. It is not routine. It is the show imagining its own deterioration, its own long decay into self-parody and repetition, rendered with a visual precision that makes the horror of it beautiful. The couch gag by Banksy is a sustained and specific indictment of the show's production practices and its relationship to its own commercial success. It depicts a factory where Simpsons merchandise is produced under conditions that are the exact opposite of the cheerful family entertainment they produce. It ends with a unicorn chained to a grinding wheel. And then the title card appears, and the episode begins as though nothing unusual has happened. These couch gags are not warm-up acts. They are the show using its own format against itself, deploying its opening sequence as a tool for saying things that the episode cannot say in its 22 minutes of story. The Banksy couch gag is a documentary about labor practices in the entertainment industry, produced as a couch gag for a family sitcom. The contrast is not accidental. There are couch gags that are specifically about the show's longevity and what it means. In one, the family arrives on the couch, and the couch has been replaced by another couch, and another couch, and another couch. A regression of couches going backward through time to the very first one. The show acknowledging directly that it has been here for a very long time and that the couch, the symbol of the family's togetherness, has been replaced many times while being presented as the same. In one, the family arrives on the couch and finds their own skeletons there, fossils of the family in their standard sitting positions. The show acknowledging that it has been running long enough that its characters have become archaeological artifacts. The family looks at the skeletons, shrugs in the specific Springfield way that acknowledges something strange, and then decides not to pursue it. And the episode begins. In one, a slow and extraordinary depiction of the evolution of life on Earth plays. Starting from single-celled organisms and working forward through geological time to the emergence of mammals and primates, and eventually to Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie, arriving on the couch at the end of everything. The most recent destination of a journey that started with the first cells in the first oceans. This couch gag is the show making its largest possible claim about itself. The family on the couch is the destination of all of evolution, not a grandiose claim about importance, a claim about continuity. The family keeps arriving. Whatever vast and violent history of life and extinction led to this moment, the moment itself is always the same. The family, the couch, together. The couch gag has also been used to pay tribute. When Phil Hartman, who voiced Troy McClure and Lionel Hutz and numerous other beloved characters, died in 1998, the show retired his characters. They did not recast them. They did not continue using the voices with a different performer. They stopped. The characters were folded away, and a significant portion of Springfield's vocal geography became permanently quieter. This decision, the decision to retire characters rather than continue them, says something about how the show understood its own relationship to the people who made it. The show is not just animated designs and plot structures. The show is the people who perform it and write it and direct it and compose for it. When those people are gone, something about the show is gone too. Something that cannot be replaced by finding someone new to perform the same function. The couch gag, across 36 years, has been the show's recurring acknowledgement of its own nature as a made thing. A constructed object, assembled episode by episode and couch gag by couch gag, by specific human beings working in specific circumstances with specific intentions and specific limitations. The couch gag knows what it is. It always has. And the very last frame of the couch gag, every week for 36 years, is the same. The family, together, on the couch, looking at the television. Not at you, at the television. The screen within the screen. The Springfield within Springfield. Whatever the couch gag has done, whatever visual journey it has taken, and wherever it has traveled, the final frame is always this. The family has made it home. The couch has held them, the television is on, the evening is beginning, and the house is warm, and the family is together, and none of them are saying anything, because there is nothing that needs to be said. This is the show's most repeated image, more repeated than any establishing shot or iconic visual, more repeated than the donuts or the beer or the cooling towers, or Bart at the chalkboard or Lisa being ejected from the practice room. The family on the couch. Whatever the theory, whatever the dark reading or the buried detail or the 36 years of accumulated mysteries, whatever the radiation has done to their bodies and the coma has done to Homer's mind and the power plant has done to the town and Burns has done to the Simpson family across 3 generations. Whatever Marge is holding together, and whatever Maggie is waiting for, and whatever Lisa sees when she looks at Springfield, and whatever Bart is writing on the chalkboard tomorrow. The family makes it back to the couch. Every time? And for the length of the shot, for the few seconds between the end of the couch gag and the episode title card, they are there together in the specific and ordinary way that families are together when they are not doing anything in particular. Not performing love, not working on their relationships, not healing from the episode's events or preparing for the next one. Just occupying the same space at the end of the day, watching the same television, present to each other in the unremarkable and irreplaceable way. This is what Homer's coma dream is dreaming about. Not the adventures, not the space travel or the secret societies or the meetings with presidents. This, the family on the couch, the beer cold in the refrigerator, the television on, the house quiet around them. The kids still young? This is what the radiation has not damaged. This is what burns, despite everything, despite the decades of deliberate harm and the systematic destruction of the family's potential, has not managed to take. The family on the couch. 36 years and counting. Let the credits roll. Let the couch gag play. Let the family race home one more time, each from their separate direction, each through their separate day converging on the living room. They will be there when you come back, they always are. That is the whole point. Sleep well. Springfield will be here when you wake up. It always is. Section 11. The music of Springfield. Every song the show has been singing. There is a language that The Simpsons speaks underneath the language of its jokes. Not the dialogue, not the plot, not the visual gags or the cultural references or the 36 years of callbacks and callbacks to callbacks that reward the attentive long-term viewer with a specific and private warmth. Underneath all of that, there is music, and the music is the show's most honest voice. Music in The Simpsons is not incidental. It is not the background texture that most television programs treat their scoring as, present to signal emotion and then forgotten. In The Simpsons, music is a subject. Music is something that characters have opinions about and feelings about and relationships with that are as complex and revealing as any other relationship in the show. Music is how Springfield says the things Springfield cannot say in words. Let's begin with Lisa's saxophone. We have already spent time with the saxophone in the context of the opening credits, where it appears as the symbol of Lisa's marginalization and her persistence. But the saxophone means something more inside the episodes themselves, something the opening credits gesture toward but cannot fully contain. Lisa plays Jia. This is a specific and deliberate choice. Not orchestral music, which would signal formal training and an institutional recognition, and the kind of achievement that the adult world would acknowledge and reward. Not pop music, which would signal a desire to belong to the world as it is rather than the world as it should be. Jazz, the American art form that is most specifically about the negotiation between structure and freedom, between the established pattern and the individual voice, between what the tradition requires and what the moment demands. Jazz is the music of people who are working within a system that was not designed for them and finding inside that system a space where what they are can exist freely. This is what Lisa is doing every time she picks up the saxophone. She is not departing from Springfield. She is finding, inside Springfield's constraints, the space where she can be fully herself. The jazz is not an escape. The jazz is the solution. And the show understands this. The episodes about Lisa's musical life are not episodes about a talented child being frustrated by an uncomprehending world, though they are partly that. They're episodes about the specific intelligence required to find freedom within constraint, to use the structure as something to push against rather than something to simply endure. Lisa's best musical moments in the show are not moments of triumph over Springfield. They are moments of genuine artistic discovery, moments where the music goes somewhere she did not plan and she follows it, moments where the saxophone says something that her 8-year-old voice cannot. These moments are quiet and brief, and the show does not underline them. They simply happen, and then the episode continues. But they accumulate. Over 36 years, they accumulate into a portrait of a person whose most important relationship is with sound, whose deepest self-expression bypasses language entirely, who carries inside the case that the school keeps kicking her out for bringing an instrument that can say what words in Springfield cannot. Now, Homer and music. Homer's relationship to music is one of the show's most consistently overlooked sources of character depth, because it is usually played as comedy, as Homer's musical ambitions exceeding his musical talent, as the gap between what he wants to be and what he actually is rendered in audible form. Homer has been in a band. Homer has written songs. Homer has expressed across many episodes and in many contexts a genuine emotional relationship to music that goes significantly beyond the casual enjoyment of a person who simply likes listening to things while driving. There is a quality to Homer's musical enthusiasm that the show treats with more tenderness than it usually gets credit for. When Homer becomes part of a musical group or discovers a musical style that moves him or attends a concert that genuinely affects him, the show depicts this with a warmth that is distinct from the comedy of his incompetence. Homer feels music. He feels it in the specific and overwhelming way of someone who does not have the technical vocabulary to analyze what is happening to them, and therefore simply undergoes it, fully and without defense. This is the most honest thing the show has ever said about Homer's emotional life. He is too cognitively limited to defend himself against genuine feeling. When the music reaches him, it reaches him completely, because there is no intellectual mediating layer to filter it through. Homer's relationship to music is direct in a way that most people's relationship to music never quite achieves. He cries at songs that he cannot explain why they affect him. He is moved by music from eras and genres that have no obvious connection to his life. He responds to musical moments in the show with a visceral immediacy that the more cerebral characters around him cannot match. The crayon blocks analysis. It does not block feeling. Homer feels everything. He simply cannot always understand what he feels. And the music, when it reaches him, bypasses the crayon entirely. Now the show's own musical language. The Simpsons has one of the most distinctive and intentional musical signatures in television history, largely because of Alf Clausen, who composed the show's incidental music for many of its seasons. Clausen's approach to scoring The Simpsons was not to write background texture. It was to write a musical layer that operated in full parallel with the visual and dialogue layers, commenting on what was happening on screen with a precision and a wit that rewarded viewers who were paying attention to the music specifically. The score responds to the jokes. It does not just accompany them. When the visual comedy lands, the score is either landing with it or landing a beat later in a way that doubles the joke. When the emotional content of a scene shifts from comedy to something genuinely moving, the score shifts too. Not with the abruptness of a tonal change, but with the gradual smoothness of a conversation that has changed its subject without anyone noticing the moment it changed. This is harder than it sounds. The Simpsons shifts register constantly. An episode can contain moments of broad physical comedy, dry satirical wit, genuine pathos, absurdist surrealism, and tender domesticity, sometimes within the same scene. The score has to move through all of these without losing its own identity, without becoming generically sad or generically funny or generically anything. It has to remain distinctively Simpsons while being responsive to whatever the scene requires. Clausen accomplished this for years with a facility that the show's visual and writing achievements sometimes overshadowed. The music is doing something in every scene. It is never simply filling space. Listen to the end of a Simpsons episode that resolves emotionally rather than comically. Listen to what the music is doing in those final 30 seconds when the family has arrived at whatever the episode's version of peace looks like and the screen is moving toward the credits. The score in those moments is not triumph. It is not relief. It is something more precisely melancholy than either of those things, a musical acknowledgement that the resolution is temporary, that the piece is borrowed, that by next week the loop will have reset and the same family will be dealing with some version of the same problems. The music knows the show's structure. The music has always known the show's structure. And the music of the opening credits, Danny Elfman's triumphant brass-forward theme, contains this knowledge too. The triumph sounds genuine because it is genuine. The family making it home is a triumph. And the slightly breathless quality of the theme, the way the music moves quickly and does not quite settle before the couch gag begins, contains the acknowledgement that the triumph is always in motion, always heading somewhere, never quite arriving at rest. Because Springfield does not rest. Springfield loops, and the music loops with it, beginning again next week, as it has been beginning again for 36 years. There is something beautiful about this, in the specific way that repetition can become beauty. A melody heard once is a melody heard 100 times becomes something closer to a fact of life, something that was always going to be there, something that the world is better for having. The Simpsons theme is this kind of melody. It was always going to be there. It will probably always be there. And every time it begins, it is beginning again, which means every time it begins, it is the first time it is beginning. For some child somewhere who has just sat down to watch television and encountered, for the first time, the blue sky and the cooling towers, and the beginning of something that has been beginning for longer than they have been alive. For them, it is new. For Springfield, it is eternal. Section 12, the Quick E-Mart. At 3 a.m. on Springfield After Dark. There is a version of Springfield that most people never see. Not because it is hidden or secret or exists in some layer of the show that requires special access, but because most stories about Springfield happen during the day, in the lit and trafficked spaces of schools and workplaces and family living rooms and town meetings. The Simpsons is a show about diurnal life, about the hours between waking and sleeping, about the busy daylight world where things happen and are witnessed and are discussed. But Springfield also has a night, and the night version of Springfield is where the show puts the things it cannot say in daylight. Consider Moe's Tavern after closing time. The regular patrons have gone home. Homer has staggered back to Evergreen Terrace. Barney has found his way to wherever he goes when the bar closes. The lights are dimmed. And Moe is alone in the place that he has organized his life around maintaining. And in the silence of the empty bar, the version of Moe that the daytime comedy conceals is briefly visible. The show visits this version of Moe carefully and not often, because the emotion it contains is too dense for the regular comedy format to hold at full strength. But when it does visit, what it finds there is not self-pity, which would be a simpler and less honest emotion. What it finds is a kind of loneliness so thoroughly inhabited that it has become almost peaceful. Moe in the empty bar after closing is not miserable. He is simply there, in the place that is most his. In the hours when nothing is required of him, when he does not have to perform the specific service that the bar requires of him during operating hours. He is just a person in a building he has spent his adult life in, at the end of another day, in a town that does not notice his absence and will not notice his return. The night version of Springfield is full of people like this. Nelson Muntz is one of the show's most interesting nighttime characters, though the show almost never addresses this directly. Nelson is, during the daylight hours, the bully. He is the threat, the antagonist, the figure of social menace that Bart occasionally aligns with and always has to navigate around. His laugh is one of the most recognizable sounds in the show's history. The specific, contemptuous ha that follows every misfortune, directed at anyone who has just experienced something embarrassing or painful or comic in a way that reveals their vulnerability. But Nelson lives somewhere. The show has shown us where briefly in episodes that do not dwell on it, but cannot quite avoid it either. Nelson's home situation is one of the darkest things the show depicts, rendered quickly and with black humor, but real in the way of things that are too true to be comfortably funny for long. His parents are essentially absent, not dead, not even fully gone. Just absent in the specific way of parents who are physically present and functionally unavailable, who arrive and depart according to imperatives that have nothing to do with their child, who exist in his life as intermittent presences rather than organizing foundations. Nelson has built himself entirely out of what was available without that foundation. He built the bully, the contemptuous laugh, the physical threat, the social armor of someone who identified early that the best defense against a world that will not protect you is to become something the world is slightly afraid of. This is not wisdom. It is strategy. It is what a child with Nelson's resources invents when the adults who should be providing wisdom are somewhere else. And underneath the bully, visible in the episodes that crack the armor briefly, is a child who is lonely in a way that goes much deeper than the situational loneliness of any given afternoon. Nelson is lonely in the structural sense, lonely in the way of someone who has not had the experience of being known and remained with, of being seen past the armor by someone who chose to stay anyway. Bart knows this. The friendship between Bart and Nelson, complicated and occasionally hostile, is one of the show's quietest emotional through lines, because Bart is the person who sees Nelson pass the armor and returns anyway. Not because Bart is particularly emotionally sophisticated, but because Bart does not have the social self-preservation instinct that keeps most people at a comfortable distance from the difficult. Bart goes toward difficult things. It is how he is built, and Nelson is a difficult thing worth going toward. At night, when the Springfield that exists in the daylight comedy is asleep, these two kids exist in a specific and provisional kind of companionship. Not the companionship of chosen friendship, not yet. The companionship of proximity and recognition, of two people who have been thrown into the same specific circumstances and have each independently identified the other as someone who is not pretending to find the circumstances entirely acceptable. This is a Springfield the show rarely visits, but it is there. The quick E-Mart is open. It is always open. And Apu sees all of it. He has been seeing it for 36 years, from behind the counter, in the specific hours when people are most themselves. The desperate hours, the restless hours, the hours when the performance of daytime identity becomes too effortful to maintain, and people arrive at the quick E-Mart as something closer to what they actually are. The man who comes in at midnight for a specific kind of beer that he does not normally buy. The teenager who arrives at 11:30 for something that is clearly not what they said they needed it for. The person who has been crying, visibly, and needs the transaction to be simple and free of observation. And Apu provides this by looking at the goods being purchased and not at the face above them, because he is good at reading what people need, and one of the things they sometimes need is to be not noticed. Apu's silence in these moments is a gift. His discretion is the specific competence of someone who has understood, through long practice, that the counter is not just a barrier between seller and buyer, but also a frame that defines the transaction and its limits. People come to the quick E-Mart for things. Apu provides the things. The frame holds. And inside that frame, the space that the transaction creates, people can be whatever they need to be in the specific hour of whatever they are going through. This is not in any episode. This is in the accumulation of episodes, in the background of the scenes set in the quick E-Mart, in the specific quality of Apu's attention that the show depicts without ever quite explaining. The nighttime version of Springfield is the version where the characters are least defended and most themselves. And it is full of stories that the show knows about but rarely tells. Section 13. What burns destroyed and what was built on the ruins. There are 3 generations of Simpsons in this story. Most discussions of the show focus on Homer's generation and slightly upward, on the family in the house, on the children growing up inside the loop. But the story that explains the most about the family runs further back than Homer, and understanding where Homer came from, what was done to the family before Homer was old enough to make any choices of his own, changes the way everything else looks. Grandpa Abe Simpson is the show's most under-examined character. He lives in the Springfield retirement castle. He has lived there for a very long time in the specific way of people who have been deposited in institutions and left there, not with cruelty, not with a deliberate decision to abandon, but with the slow drift of busy lives and the accumulated convenience of not taking action. Homer visits. Homer means well, but Homer's visits are inconsistent and frequently cut short by the specific distractions of Homer's life, which are many and varied, and usually more immediately compelling than a conversation with an elderly man in a facility that smells of institutional cleaning products. Abe talks. This is his defining characteristic in the show's later seasons. The lengthy and often non-linear anecdote. The story that begins somewhere and ends somewhere else, and along the way produces fragments of history that may or may not be accurate, and that nobody in the room is fully attending to. But the show is attending. Underneath the comedy of Abe's tangential storytelling are pieces of actual history, the history of the Simpson family and the history of the relationship between that family and Charles Montgomery Burns that the show has been assembling across decades of episodes. And when you put the pieces together, what they describe is not a coincidence or a series of bad luck. What they describe is a pattern of deliberate interference in a family's trajectory, sustained across 3 generations, by a man with sufficient wealth and sufficient longevity to maintain a grudge indefinitely. Abe made a deal. The specific terms of the deal vary across the episodes that address it, because the show's treatment of its own continuity is elastic enough that different episodes can establish slightly different versions of the same backstory, without the show treating this as a contradiction. But the essential shape of the deal is consistent. Burns committed some transgression or held some advantage over Abe. Abe had information or leverage that Burns wanted contained. They reached an arrangement. And part of the arrangement, the part that would most directly shape Homer's life, was the guarantee of employment. Homer would always have a job at the plant, no matter how incompetent, no matter how many documented errors, no matter how many times a competent employer would have made the obvious decision and ended the employment. Homer was protected by the deal. This seems on its face like a good thing. Job security for someone who would not otherwise have it. A safety net for a man with a family and a mortgage and a specific kind of brain function that does not produce career advancement or financial stability through normal means. But think about what the job actually is. Homer's job is to ensure that the Springfield nuclear power plant's safety violations continue. Not in an explicit, stated way. Burns would not say this. Burns is careful about what he says and how he says it, because Burns has been careful for a century about what he says and how he says it, careful in the specific way of someone who has spent 100 years learning exactly which things can be said in which contexts. But the function of Homer's presence in the safety inspector role is to provide the appearance of regulatory compliance while ensuring actual regulatory compliance does not occur. A competent safety inspector would have closed the plant. A competent safety inspector would have filed reports that forced Burns to spend the $56 million required to bring the facility up to code. A competent safety inspector would have noted the skeletons in the basement and the luminous rats and the chewing gum patches on the cooling towers, and would have produced documentation that made the plant's continued operation without remediation impossible. Homer does not produce this documentation because Homer cannot produce this documentation. Not out of malice, not out of corruption, simply out of incompetence. Homer is too cognitively limited, too inattentive, too focused on the donuts and the naps to perform the function his job title describes. Burns knew this when he hired him. Burns knows this every day that Homer continues to be employed there. And the deal with Abe, the arrangement made generations ago between a billionaire with something to protect and an old man with something to lose, is the mechanism that keeps Homer in the chair. Now go back further. Mona Simpson. Mona's story, which the show told in the season 7 episode that is widely considered one of the finest the show has produced, is the story of what happens when someone decides to fight against what Burns is doing and loses everything except the knowledge that they tried. She was a housewife in 1969, married to Abe, mother of a young Homer. She was, by every visible standard, an ordinary woman living an ordinary life in Springfield, and then something changed. The world outside Springfield, the world of the civil rights movement, and the anti-war protests and the specific electricity of a moment when it seemed genuinely possible that the trajectory of American society could be altered by the organized will of people who had decided that things needed to change, reached into Springfield, and changed Mona. She was radicalized. The show depicts this as a fact without judgment, because the show understands that radicalization is not simply a pathology. It is sometimes a rational response to a situation that is, when examined clearly, genuinely requiring action. The situation Mona discovered was this. Burns, in addition to owning a nuclear power plant, owned a biological weapons laboratory in Springfield, in the town where Homer was growing up, where children were playing, where families were living their lives without any knowledge that the richest man in their community was developing weapons-grade pathogens in a facility somewhere nearby. Mona and her group broke into the laboratory. They destroyed what was inside. They acted on their understanding of what was happening and what was necessary, and they paid the price that people who act on such understandings often pay. Mona made one mistake. As she was leaving, she stopped to help someone who had fallen in the chaos. That someone was Burns. She helped him. He saw her face. He identified her to the FBI. And from that moment forward, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She could not go home. She could not contact her family. She could not hold her son or explain to him why she was going or what she would need him to understand. She kissed Homer goodbye while he was sleeping and she disappeared. And Homer woke up to a world from which his mother had simply removed herself, leaving no explanation and no return address. Abe told Homer she was dead. It is worth pausing here and in the quiet and considering what Abe's choice meant. He made the practical decision, the protective decision, the decision of a man trying to shield a child from something the child was too young to understand and too young to survive understanding. He told the child his mother was dead because the truth, that she was a fugitive from a billionaire's FBI contacts, was too large for a child to carry. But the lie shaped Homer. Homer spent 3 decades of his adult life believing he was the kind of son a mother would rather die than raise. Believing there was something in him, some deficiency, some failure of basic lovability that explained why she was gone. He grew up organizing his emotional life around this belief, building his personality in relationship to a loss that was actually an act of love and a political decision, and the consequence of one man's rage, not a verdict on Homer's worthiness to be loved. Burns took Homer's mother. Burns took Homer's self-understanding. Burns took the 30 years of the relationship that should have existed between a son and his mother and replaced them with a grave that belonged to a poet named Walt Whitman. And then Homer grew up and got a job at Burns's plant. Homer works every day for the man who destroyed his family. He has been doing this for his entire adult life. He does not fully connect these facts because the crayon prevents him from connecting them, because the decades of exposure to the plant's radiation have eroded the cognitive function that would allow him to map his own history, because the system that was designed to keep him compliant and present and uninquiring has worked exactly as it was designed to work. Burns engineered Homer's compliance before Homer was old enough to have any choice about it. By destroying Mona, Burns ensured that Homer would grow up with the specific emotional damage that produces the specific kind of worker Burns needs. Desperate for approval, unable to sustain anger toward authority figures, terrified of abandonment, grateful for any stable situation, however exploitative, because the alternative, being without, being alone, being the boy whose mother vanished in the night, is worse than any job could be. This is the full picture. Not Homer's stupidity as a joke or as a character trait. Homer's stupidity as the accumulated consequence of a system of oppression so comprehensive and so long-running that it shaped its target before the target was born, using his family as the instrument of its own power over him. Homer works at the nuclear power plant. The nuclear power plant is the mechanism of his damage. The man who owns the nuclear power plant is the architect of the family history that made him exactly the kind of person who would never leave. Burns always wins, not because he is more intelligent or more capable or more fundamentally powerful than the people he destroys, but because he has more time. He has been doing this for longer than anyone else currently involved has been alive. He has outlived the people who understood what he was doing. He has outlasted the institutional memories that might have constrained him. He has arrived at the present moment with a century of accumulated resources and a clarity about his own interests that does not require cruelty to maintain, because it is so thoroughly institutionalized that it simply operates automatically without requiring his direct attention. The plant runs. Homer stays. Springfield forgets. Burns survives. Every week, as it has always been. Section 14. The secondary Simpsons, Patty, Selma, Abbas, and the family that shaped Homer. The Simpson family extends beyond 742 Evergreen Terrace. It extends to the retirement castle where Abe tells his stories to an audience that is only partially listening. It extends to the apartment where Patty and Selma Bouvier live, in the specific and companionable arrangement of two people who have been together long enough that their presence to each other is indistinguishable from the furniture, necessary and unremarkable and only noticed in its absence. And it extends through 36 seasons of revelation and complication, backward through time to people the show has only partially depicted, to Mona and to the Burns Laboratory and to the deal that Abe made, and to the marriage that survived it, and to the family that was built on a foundation that included, from its very beginning, a secret at its center. Let's start with Patty and Selma because they are among the show's most carefully constructed peripheral characters. Peripheral in the sense of not being the Simpson family proper, but as central as any character in the show to the forces that shaped Marge, and through Marge, the marriage, and through the marriage, everything. Patty and Selma Bouvier are Marge's sisters. They are twins, physically, though the show uses their visual similarity as a comedy device more than as a meaningful fact about their relationship. They are also deeply different from each other in ways the show occasionally explores and usually keeps at a background level of detail, visible in the accumulation of episodes, but rarely the explicit subject of any single one. What they share is their relationship to Homer. They hate him. Not in the casual way of people who find someone mildly irritating. In the thorough and long-sustained way of people who have made a decision about someone and have spent decades maintaining that decision with the specific energy of those who believe they are right. Patty and Selma believe and have always believed that Homer Simpson is not good enough for Marge. That Marge made a wrong choice in a moment that was too significant to make a wrong choice in. That the life Marge has built with Homer represents a settling rather than a fulfillment. A compromise with what was available rather than a realization of what was possible. They are not entirely wrong. This is the uncomfortable truth about Patty and Selma's position. The show makes them ridiculous in certain ways, makes their disapproval cartoonish, and their attachment to their own routines excessive, but it does not make them incorrect about Homer. Homer is not good enough for Marge in the specific ways that Patty and Selma identify. He does not fully see her. He does not always make space for her needs alongside his own. He takes her with a consistency that she is too patient to name and too committed to the marriage to leave, for granted. And yet the show has also spent 36 years establishing, with equal care and equal honesty, that Marge's choice was not a compromise. That the love she has for Homer is real and specific, and not transferable to anyone who would be, by Patty and Selma's standards, more appropriate. That the life she has built, difficult and imperfect and frequently dependent on her performing the invisible labor that keeps it functional, is the life she chose and the life she continues to choose. Patty and Selma are right about Homer's inadequacies. They are wrong about what those inadequacies mean. They are wrong because they are measuring Homer by standards that do not capture what Homer actually provides, which is not competence or ambition or reliability or any of the conventional markers of a good partner, but something more difficult to name and more difficult to find. Homer loves Marge in the specific and total way of someone who has no reserves, no protective layer, no sophisticated emotional self-management that keeps feeling at a safe distance. When Homer loves Marge, he loves her with everything he has, undiverted and undivided, and with the specific intensity of a person who has been without love long enough to understand what its absence means. Patty and Selma have never been loved this way. The show depicts this fact carefully in the years and decades of their consistently failed attempts at relationships, in the specific quality of their companionship with each other, which is genuine and sustaining, but which is also the companionship of two people who have found in each other's company a substitute for what they could not find elsewhere. They have each other, and that is not nothing. But they have never had Homer. They have never had the experience of being loved by someone who cannot help it. And perhaps this is why they hate him. Not because he is inadequate, but because he has what they could not find. Now, Abe. Abraham Simpson is the show's ghost, not in the supernatural sense, in the sense of a presence from an earlier time that continues to haunt the present without being fully part of it, occupying a space between the world that shaped it and the world it now inhabits. Abe was young once. The show has shown this briefly and with surprising emotional precision in flashback episodes that depict a young Abe who is significantly different from the elderly Abe of the show's present. The young Abe has the energy of someone for whom things are still possible. He makes choices that feel like choices rather than habits. He exists in a world that is still in the process of being determined, rather than a world that has already settled into what it is. And somewhere between the young Abe and the old Abe, things happen that the show has been carefully distributing across decades of episodes. The war, the marriage to Mona, the children, the deal with Burns, the death that wasn't, the lie he told a 6-year-old child about where his mother was, the grave in the wrong person's name. The old Abe is the accumulation of these things. Not the story of them, because the story requires coherence, and Abe's storytelling is famously incoherent. Famous for going sideways and backward and in directions that do not seem to serve any point until you realize that the lack of point is itself the point. Old men tell stories that do not have obvious points, because life, viewed from the vantage of significant age, does not resolve into obvious points. It resolves into the texture of what happened and the specific weight of what was done and left undone. And that texture and that weight are not easily reduced to the clean moral of a story designed for maximum communication efficiency. Abe tells his stories the way old men tell stories, because he is an old man telling stories, and the form is accurate to the content. But underneath the rambling, underneath the digression and the non sequitur and the anecdote that ends with someone else's name in the wrong place, there is what happened. What Abe did, what Burns did, what the deal meant, and what it cost, and why the grave had the poet's name on it. Abe knows all of this. He has known it since it happened. And he has spent decades in the retirement castle, surrounded by the accumulated furniture of a long life, telling stories that get closer and further from the truth, depending on which day it is and who is in the room, and how much of what he carries he is able, on that specific day, to put into words. Homer visits. Homer leaves. And Abe is still there with what he knows. There is one more character in the extended Simpson family that the show has used more carefully than most viewers notice, which is Santa's little helper, the greyhound who came to the family on Christmas of the show's first episode. A loser from the dog track who is about to be discarded, when Homer, in a moment of spontaneous generosity that is among the most purely good things Homer has ever done, took him home. Santa's little helper has been in the house for 36 years. He has the same bulging eyes as his owners. He has the same slightly unusual proportions. He is a Springfield dog in all the same ways that the Simpsons are a Springfield family, shaped by the same environment, carrying the same subtle evidence of living in a contaminated town. But Santa's little helper has one advantage that the Simpson family members do not have. He does not know. He lives in the house with complete and uncomplicated animal presentness. He does not carry the weight of what Burns has done. He does not see the cooling towers and make connections. He does not know about the deal or the grave with the wrong name or the mother who disappeared. He occupies the house on Evergreen Terrace as a fact, as a warmth, as a body that is glad to be there and doesn't need to understand why or whether it should be. In a family full of people who carry more than they should and understand less than they need and are trapped in various ways by the history and environment and structure of their circumstances, Santa's little helper simply loves. He is, in this specific way, the freest member of the household. Section 15. The Deepest Loop. What Springfield is really about? We have been in Springfield for a long time now. Long enough to have walked most of its streets. Long enough to have sat in most of its important rooms. Long enough to have heard most of the conversations that happen in those rooms. The spoken ones, and the unspoken ones, and the ones that are happening in the structure of things, rather than in any dialogue the show provides. And it is time, in the quiet of this late hour, to say the thing that all the other things have been building toward. The thing that the radiation theory and the coma theory and the Skinner revelation and Burns's immortality and Maggie's silence and Homer's crayon are all circling, each from a different direction, each using different evidence and different logic, but all arriving at the same place. Springfield is about time, not about the passage of time, not about aging and loss, and the specific sadness of watching the people you love grow into versions of themselves you do not fully recognize. That would be a simpler show. Simpler and easier and ultimately less strange than what The Simpsons actually is. The Simpsons is about the refusal of time. The specific human project of holding the present still, of preventing the next moment from arriving, of building a structure inside which the people and places and relationships that matter most to you can exist without the erosion that time produces in everything. Springfield is this structure, not for the characters inside it. The characters inside Springfield experience the town as simply real, as the world, as the given conditions of their existence. They cannot see the loop because they are inside the loop. The loop is not something you can see from inside it. It is something you can only see from outside, from the position of a viewer who has been watching the same family on the same couch for 36 years and has noticed that the family has not changed. We built the loop. This is the show's most important secret, and it is not a secret at all. It has been stated in various forms, in various places. The show's creators have said it in interviews. The scholars who write about television have said it in academic papers. The fans who fill internet forums with their theories and observations have said it in their own way, usually while arguing about something else. We will not let The Simpsons end, not because the show is trapped by the ratings or the institutional momentum of a property that has been generating revenue for 36 years, though these forces are real and their influence on the show's continuation is genuine. But because we, the audience, have a relationship with the Simpson family that we have not found a way to conclude. We have been watching them for 36 years, and we are not ready for the experience of watching them to end. This is not irrational. It is not evidence of poor taste or excessive attachment to fiction. It is the completely natural consequence of 36 years of watching a family that was designed from its first episode to be beloved, to be the family that everyone could see some version of themselves in, to be the messy, imperfect, ultimately indestructible American household that occupies the place in the cultural imagination where the audience's own family, idealized and preserved, lives. Homer is our father. Marge is our mother. Bart is who we wanted to be. Lisa is who we should have been. Maggie is the version of ourselves we keep hidden behind a pacifier, watching everything, saying nothing, waiting for the right moment to finally speak. And as long as The Simpsons is on, as long as the loop keeps floating, as long as Bart is 10 and Lisa is 8, and Homer stumbles through the door at the end of another day at the plant, we do not have to admit that 36 years have passed for us, that we are older now, that the couch we sat on as children while watching the opening credits is gone, or in someone else's house, or in a landfill somewhere, that the family we were watching with, the family we were part of when the show was young, has changed in ways that the Simpsons family has not. The Simpsons does not age because we will not let it age. And this is the loop's deepest secret. The loop is not a prison for the characters. It is a gift from the audience to themselves. The specific gift of a world that does not change when everything else does. A world that was there 36 years ago and will be there tomorrow and will be there for whoever comes after us and encounters it for the first time, as if it has always been there, as if it were permanent, as if some things do not end. Now think about what this means for the theories we have discussed. If the radiation theory is true, if Springfield's mutation is the mechanism that keeps the characters frozen, then the mutation was not done to them by the power plant. The power plant is the show's metaphor for the force that is actually responsible for the mutation, which is the audience's refusal to let the characters evolve. The radiation is desire. The radiation is the wish that things would stay this way, that this specific configuration of people in this specific town, in this specific house would persist indefinitely, unaltered by time. The yellow skin is not a side effect of contamination. It is the color of being loved by strangers for 36 years. If the coma theory is true, if Homer has been dreaming since April 1993, then the dreamer is not only Homer. The dream is collaborative. Homer maintains it from inside, his damaged brain supplying the images and the plots and the characters in their permanent present tense. And we maintain it from outside by watching it, by returning to it, by incorporating it into our own memories until we cannot be entirely sure which of our memories of Springfield came from the show and which came from somewhere else. We are Homer's dream audience. We watch the dream. We keep it alive by watching it. And as long as we watch, the dream continues. If the collective denial theory is true, if Springfield's amnesia is a community mechanism for maintaining comfortable fictions against the pressure of unbearable truths, then we are Springfield. We are the community that votes to maintain the fiction. We vote every week with our viewership to keep the Simpsons family exactly as they are, to not acknowledge what the cooling towers mean, or what the yellow skin implies, or what the floating timeline is doing to the characters who cannot age within it. We know something is wrong in Springfield. We choose to come back anyway, every week. Because choosing to come back is choosing to be part of the community that maintains the fiction. And the fiction, for all its hidden darkness and buried horror and accumulated strangeness, is warm. It is familiar. It is home in the specific and irreplaceable sense of a place that was there before you knew what home meant and will probably be there after you stop needing to look for it. Springfield will not be solved. The mysteries will not be resolved. The cooling towers will not be shut down. The water will not be cleaned. Burns will not answer for what he has done. Homer will not get his intelligence back. Maggie will not speak. Lisa will not be heard. Bart will not grow up. The family will race home next week. They will converge on the couch. The couch gag will play. And the things we have been discussing tonight, the things that have always been there in the background of the show, the details and the buried stories and the hidden messages in the opening credits and the price tag on Maggie and the color of everyone's skin will be there too. They will always be there. They are the show. And the show is us. And we are Springfield. Every yellow face, every bulging eye, every four-fingered hand, every impossible recovery from fatal injury, every forgotten catastrophe, every reset, every unexplained mystery, every week beginning again, as it always has, as it always will. Let the music play. Let the clouds drift over the cooling towers. Let Bart write his sentence on the chalkboard, and let Lisa run through the empty hallway, and let Homer park in his spot, and let Marge smooth down the edge of a difficult day with patience that has not yet run out, and let Maggie watch everything from behind her pacifier, waiting. Let the family race home. They will be there when you close your eyes. They have always been there. That is Springfield. That is the whole thing, the whole beautiful, broken, looping thing. And it belongs to you as much as it belongs to anyone. Sleep well. End of script. Section 16. The school, the church, and the town hall. 3 buildings that tell you everything. Springfield has 3 institutions that function as its civic architecture, the buildings around which the town organizes its collective life and its collective self-understanding. Springfield Elementary, the first church of Springfield. Springfield Town Hall. They are not the most dramatically interesting locations in the show. They do not have the dark ambient energy of Moe's Tavern, or the economic symbolism of the Quick E-Mart, or the looming existential weight of the power plant. They are most of the time simply there, functioning as settings for plots that require a school or a church or a civic meeting space, providing the show with architectural anchors for the stories it needs to tell. But these 3 buildings, taken together and examined carefully, are the show's most precise portrait of American institutional life and what American institutional life does to the people who move through it. Start with Springfield Elementary. The school has a function. Its stated function, the function that justifies its existence and its budget and the salaries of its teachers and administrators, is education. The transformation of children into people who are more capable of navigating the world than they were when they arrived. The provision of tools, intellectual and social and practical, that the children who pass through it can use in the years after they leave. The school fails at this function. Not completely, not in every case, not with every student, but structurally, systematically, in the ways that matter most for the students who most need the institution to succeed, it fails. Bart does not learn to read at the level his intelligence would allow because the school does not have a protocol for a mind that is brilliant in the specific lateral way. Bart's mind is brilliant and constitutionally opposed to the linear forms of attention that conventional education requires. Bart is capable of extraordinary things in contexts where the extraordinary is permitted. The school does not permit the extraordinary. It permits the mediocre, the manageable, the age-appropriate, and it has been permitting these things for so long. And with such institutional comfort that the extraordinary has effectively ceased to exist within its walls as a possibility worth planning for. Lisa does not receive the education her intelligence requires because the school does not have the budget or the teaching staff or the administrative willingness to provide differentiated instruction for a student who is 5 standard deviations from the median. She receives the same instruction as everyone else, delivered at the pace everyone else can manage, covering material she mastered years ago in classrooms where raising your hand too often marks you as a problem rather than a participant. The school knows this. Principal Skinner, for all the comedy of his bureaucratic habits, is not an unintelligent man. He knows what the school is failing to provide. He knows which students are being failed most thoroughly. And he manages these failures with the specific skill set of an administrator who has learned to distinguish between what can be changed and what cannot within the constraints of available resources, and to direct his energy exclusively toward the former while maintaining the appearance of addressing the latter. This is not cynicism. It is professionalism under constraint. But it means the school continues to fail the students who most need it to succeed. Now, the First Church of Springfield. The church is where the town goes to understand itself in relationship to something larger than itself, to locate its daily life within a framework of meaning that extends beyond the immediate and the practical and the economic, to have its children baptized and its marriages witnessed and its dead acknowledged, and its community gathered in the specific way that only shared ritual can gather a community, in the presence of something that is held in common, and therefore creates, through its holding, a kind of communion. This is what churches are for. The First Church of Springfield is doing something slightly different. Reverend Lovejoy, who has been leading the congregation for the show's entire run, is a man who entered the ministry with genuine calling and has been slowly ground down by the specific and relentless demands of being the spiritual leader of a community that mostly treats spiritual leadership as a service to be obtained rather than a practice to be engaged in. He listens to problems that are not spiritual problems. He is consulted on matters that have nothing to do with theology or ethics or the interior life of the soul. He provides pastoral care to people who want pastoral care the way they want dry cleaning, as a professional service performed by a professional to a standard that does not require their active participation. He is exhausted. The show depicts this exhaustion with a consistency and a specificity that suggest genuine observation of a real phenomenon. The exhausted clergy. The minister who entered the work with something real to offer and discovered that the work, as it is actually performed in an actual community, bears little resemblance to the work as he understood it when he chose it. Lovejoy's spiritual life, his private relationship with the faith he represents publicly, is something the show depicts as genuine but diminished, as something that existed more fully before the congregation got hold of it, as something that is maintained not through the vitality of ongoing engagement, but through the structural habit of someone who has been doing this long enough that the practice continues, even when the energy behind it has been redirected toward the 1,000 practical demands of running an institution. He still believes. He just cannot always remember why it matters. Ned Flanders is the church's most devoted member. This is one of the show's quiet ironies. The person who most fully embodies the faith that the church is supposed to embody is not the minister. The minister is managing an institution. Ned is living a life. The faith that Lovejoy handles professionally, Ned experiences personally, and the gap between the professional handling and the personal experience is one of the things that makes Ned's silence from God so devastating. Ned is not asking God to respond to Lovejoy's professional management of the church's programs. He is asking God to respond to his actual life, conducted in accordance with his actual understanding of what is required. God is not responding. But Ned comes back every Sunday, because what else is there? Now, Springfield Town Hall. The town hall is where democracy happens in Springfield. Or more precisely, it is where the performance of democracy happens. Because what actually happens in Springfield Town Hall is the specific and reliable process by which good intentions, public concern, and genuine civic energy are transformed into ineffective outcomes through the medium of participatory governance. Springfield holds town meetings. This is one of the show's most consistent recurring elements. Some crisis or opportunity arises. The town gathers, people speak, arguments are made, and then the decision that is reached, the resolution that comes out of the town's democratic process, is either immediately reversed by circumstances, undermined by the people with enough power to undermine it, or simply forgotten by the following week because Springfield's collective memory does not extend reliably past the current episode. The town meetings are not useless. They are the show's most direct examination of what civic participation looks like in a community that has the impulse toward democratic self-determination, but lacks the structural conditions that make democratic self-determination effective. Springfield's population has been cognitively compromised. According to the radiation theory, it is organized economically around a single employer whose continued dominance depends on maintaining the population's compliance, according to the conspiracy theory. It is governed by a mayor whose primary skill is being photographed with celebrities and whose relationship to actual governance is purely decorative, according to the simple description of Mayor Quimby that the show has maintained for 36 seasons. These conditions do not produce effective democracy. They produce the appearance of democracy, the form of it without the function, the town meeting where everyone speaks and nobody changes anything. And by next week, the meeting has been as thoroughly forgotten as everything else that happens in Springfield. And the conditions that produce the crisis that called the meeting are still fully intact. This is not specific to Springfield. This is the show's observation about the relationship between civic participation and actual power in a community where actual power is held by someone who does not need civic participation to maintain it. The three buildings together paint a picture. The school fails the children in ways that reproduce the community's limitations in the next generation. The church fails the congregation in ways that leave their deepest needs unaddressed by the institution that is nominally responsible for them. The town hall fails the citizens in ways that create the feeling of agency without the substance of it. And the power plant hums. And Burns survives. And Springfield continues. This is the show's honest, careful, sustained critique of American institutional life. Not delivered with the bluntness of a polemic or the heat of outrage, but embedded in the structure of a cartoon comedy, visible to anyone who watches for long enough and pays attention to what is being depicted rather than simply what is being said. The institutions are failing. Not because the people who run them are villains or incompetents or bad people, because the institutions are operating within constraints that exceed the ability of good intentions and professional competence to overcome. Because the environment around the institutions has been shaped by forces that the institutions were not designed to counteract and do not have the power to address. The school could be better if it had more resources. It does not have more resources because Burns controls the town's economy, and Burns's priorities do not include funding public education beyond what is minimally necessary to maintain the appearance of a functioning community. The church could be more effective if its minister were not exhausted by the demands of pastoral care in a community full of people whose needs exceed what any single spiritual leader can meet. The minister is exhausted because the community is exhausted, because the community is the kind of community that produces exhaustion, because the environmental and economic and social conditions of Springfield produce in its population a specific kind of ongoing low-level distress that expresses itself in the endless pastoral demands that wear Lovejoy down. The town hall could produce more effective governance if the people who use it had the cognitive and material resources to engage with governance in ways that produced lasting change. They do not have these resources because the same conditions that exhaust the church's minister and underfund the school have been operating on the town's population for long enough that the population's capacity for sustained civic engagement is significantly below what effective democracy requires. The three buildings are symptoms. The power plant is the cause. And Burns is still in his office, above everything, remembering things that happened before most of the buildings in Springfield were built. Section 17. Every detail of 742 Evergreen Terrace. The house is the show, not metaphorically. The house at 742 Evergreen Terrace is more than any other single element of The Simpsons, the physical fact around which everything else is organized. The characters move through other spaces and inhabit other rooms and visit other buildings, but they return always to the house. The house is the fixed point. The house is what the couch gag is racing toward. The house is what the opening credits resolve to. And the house, when you examine it with the careful attention it deserves, is full of detail. The exterior first. The color is yellow. This has already been established as one of the show's most significant choices, but in the context of the house, it carries an additional dimension. The house is the same color as the family. The building and the people inside it are the same shade, which is either the show being casual about its color palette, or the show suggesting quietly that the family and their dwelling have become the same thing. That Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie have been in the house long enough, and the house has been around them long enough that the boundaries between them have become permeable. They have colored the house, and the house has colored them. The picket fence is white. This is the most American suburban signifier in the vocabulary of American suburban architecture. The white picket fence that marks the property's boundary and announces to anyone passing that here lives a family with aspirations toward a particular kind of American domesticity. Clean, bounded, maintained. The fence is the family's statement to the neighborhood about what kind of family they intend to be, and like most such statements, it is accurate about the intention and incomplete about the reality. The tree in the front yard is mature. It did not arrive mature. It grew over the years, over the specific decades of the show's run, during which the tree aged even as the family did not. This is one of the show's most peculiar visual details when you notice it. The tree has gotten larger in the background of the house's exterior shots over the show's history, accumulating rings in height and the specific density of something that has had enough time to become fully itself, while the family in front of it has remained exactly as they were in 1989. The tree ages. The family does not. The tree is the most honest thing in Springfield, inside the house. The living room is organized around the couch and the television in a relationship that says something specific about the household's priorities. The couch is central, accessible, designed for comfort and extended use. The television is positioned in direct relationship to the couch, at the correct distance and angle for watching, not for conversation or for any activity that does not involve watching. The room is a viewing room. It is designed for the family to be in the same space while directing their collective attention outward, toward the screen rather than inward, toward each other. This is the room where the family most consistently exists together, and the design of the room says something honest about what together means in this household. They are in the same space. They are present to each other in the specific and peripheral way of people watching the same thing. Homer's arm is sometimes around Marge. The children are sometimes scattered across various positions on or near the couch. The family is there in the room at the same time. The room is not designed for deep conversation. It is designed for shared presence, and The Simpsons, for all their dysfunction and all their affection, are primarily a family of shared presence rather than deep conversation. They are in the room together. They are on the couch together. They face the television together. And this is, the show suggests quietly, enough. This is the thing the couch gag tests every week. Can the family be in the same room together? And the answer is yes. Every week. In whatever configuration the couch gag produces, however transformed or threatened or rearranged, the family finds a way to be in the same room together. The kitchen, Marge's domain, and the room where the show's most precise economic observations are made. The refrigerator is always full enough. The stove is always operational. The meals that come out of this kitchen are always edible and usually better than that because Marge cooks with attention and with care. And cooking with attention and with care in a household with Homer and Bart and the specific needs of 3 children and a husband who has no dietary self-regulation whatsoever requires a level of practical skill that the show never explicitly celebrates but depicts constantly. The kitchen is also where Marge talks to herself, not loudly, not in the way of someone who needs to be heard, but in the specific way of someone who is processing, who is working something through, who is moving through the motions of meal preparation while simultaneously moving through the motions of thinking about something the rest of the house has presented her with and that she has not yet resolved. These moments, brief in background and usually interrupted by whatever the episode's plot requires next, are the show's most honest glimpses of Marge's interior life. The kitchen is the room where she is most alone in the midst of the household, most able to have the private version of her thoughts before she translates them into whatever version of her thoughts the household can use. The kitchen smells like something cooking. Always. Even in the absence of any dialogue or plot that confirms this, the visual language of the kitchen suggests warmth and food, and the specific comfort of a space where someone is paying attention to the material needs of the people who live in the house. Bart's room. Bart's room is chaos rendered as interior design. Not destructive chaos, not the chaos of someone who has given up on order, but the creative chaos of someone whose relationship to objects is entirely functional. Things are where they are because that is where they ended up when they were last used. And the idea of arranging them differently in service of some abstract principle of organization has simply never occurred to him. The room contains the evidence of Bart's interests and activities, the skateboard in a position suggesting recent use, the comic books in positions suggesting interrupted reading, the various items that have been acquired and deposited in the room's space without being formally incorporated into any organizational system. The room is a record of Bart's recent past, a physical archive of what he has been doing and what he cares about and how he moves through the space. There is something in Bart's room that the show returns to occasionally, which is the specific quality of a child's room at night. The room in which, when the lights go out and the household settles into quiet out and the external world stops pressing, Bart is simply a 10-year-old child, not the mischief maker, not the school's problem, not the episode's engine. Simply a child in his room, in his house, in the specific and ordinary vulnerability of sleep. The show does not often visit this version of Bart, but it exists in the room, waiting. Lisa's room. Lisa's room is the most revealing room in the house because it contains the clearest evidence of the gap between who Lisa is and what Springfield provides. The books. There are books in Lisa's room, more books than any other space in the house contains, books that are not decorative or inherited or present for any reason other than that Lisa read them and needed to read them and will probably read them again. The titles, when visible, are consistently books that are too advanced for an 8-year-old by any standard measure and clearly insufficient for Lisa by any accurate assessment of her reading level. The saxophone. Of course. Present in Lisa's room even when the episode has nothing to do with music, because the saxophone is as much a part of Lisa's room as the walls. It is not a hobby item stored when not in use. It is an instrument that belongs in the room the way furniture belongs in a room, constitutively, as part of what the room is. The evidence of her various causes and passions, the environmental awareness, the political engagement, the records of her various campaigns for various improvements to various aspects of Springfield's function, scattered through the room in the way of things that have been active recently. Lisa's causes are always active. There is always a current project, a current outrage, a current effort to change something that the rest of Springfield has decided does not need changing. The room is small. The things in the room are large. Lisa is too large for this room, for this house, for this town. The show has always known this. The room knows it too. And Maggie's room. Maggie's room is the simplest and the most enigmatic room in the house, which is appropriate. The crib. The mobile. The stuffed animals arranged in the specific arrangements that suggest someone, probably Marge, placed them carefully, and Maggie has not disturbed them, either because she cannot or because she has chosen not to. But look at what the room does not contain. It does not contain books, because officially Maggie cannot read. It does not contain a hobby or a project or evidence of active engagement with the world, because officially Maggie is too young for hobbies and projects. It does not contain anything that reveals what is happening inside the mind that is observing everything from the crib, because officially there is nothing in particular happening inside that mind yet. Officially, the room is a performance of what a one-year-old's room should look like. And Maggie is in it, watching, from behind the enormous eyes in the pacifier, waiting. The room is the cover story, and the cover story has been holding for 36 years. Section 18. The predictions, the patterns, and the possibility that the show knows something. The Simpsons has been accused for decades now of predicting the future. You have probably seen the screenshots, the video clips, the social media posts that appear whenever something happens in the real world that resembles something The Simpsons depicted years or decades earlier. A presidential election, a technology, a corporate merger, a pandemic, a specific and improbable confluence of events that happened in almost exactly the form it eventually happened in reality, in a 22-minute cartoon that aired while the event's real-world participants were still years away from doing the thing that would eventually be compared to the cartoon. The Simpsons predicted this. The phrase has become a cultural shorthand for a particular kind of uncanny coincidence, a meme that operates independently of the show itself, attaching the show's name to any moment where fiction and reality converge in a way that seems too specific to be random. And the honest answer about most of these predictions is the one that the show's own producers have given. Volume plus time equals apparent prophecy. The Simpsons has produced nearly 800 episodes over 36 years. Each episode contains dozens of jokes, references, and satirical observations about American culture and society, and technology and politics. When you produce that much content over that long a period, some percentage of it is going to align with future events through statistical probability alone. Not because the writers are prescient, not because the show has access to information that others do not, because they are intelligent observers of American culture, making intelligent predictions about the trajectory of American culture. And some of those predictions are going to be right. The Trump prediction is the most famous example. In the year 2000, the episode Bart to the Future depicted a future in which Lisa Simpson becomes the first female president of the United States, and her predecessor in the Oval Office is identified as Donald Trump. The episode aired 16 years before Trump won the 2016 presidential election. But the writers were not predicting the future. They were extrapolating from the present. Trump had been publicly flirting with a presidential run since the late 1980s. The joke was not that Trump would specifically win in 2016. The joke was about the logical extreme of celebrity politics, the satirical destination that the trend of treating political office as a form of fame was pointing toward. The joke was about America in 2000, not America in 2016. America in 2016 caught up to the joke. This is what The Simpsons does better than almost any other entertainment property in history. It identifies the direction American culture is moving and depicts the destination before the culture arrives. Not because the writers can see the future, but because the writers understand the present with unusual precision and can follow its trajectories to their conclusions. The Disney-Fox merger. The show depicted Fox being acquired by a massive media corporation years before Disney's actual acquisition of Fox in 2019. The writers were not predicting this specific transaction. They were observing that media consolidation was an accelerating trend and extrapolating it to a satirically extreme but logically coherent conclusion. When the actual conclusion arrived, it was less extreme than the satire, but essentially consistent with the trajectory the satire had identified. The smartwatch. A 1995 episode depicted a wrist-worn device that bears a strong visual resemblance to modern smartwatch technology. The writers were not inventing future technology. They were extrapolating from the existing trend of miniaturization, of technology becoming smaller and more personal, and imagining a plausible destination for that trend. The destination they imagined was accurate in its broad outlines. The Higgs boson equation. A 1998 episode contains a mathematical expression on a chalkboard that, when examined by actual physicists, turns out to predict a mass for the Higgs boson particle that is reasonably close to the mass eventually confirmed experimentally in 2012. This one is harder to explain as simple trend extrapolation. The writers did not intend the equation to be mathematically meaningful. A science consultant present on the production apparently added an equation that was either genuinely sophisticated or unusually lucky. And the result is a background detail in a 14-year-old episode that turned out to be, by some measure, correct. The flu episode. A 1993 episode depicts a flu virus originating from Asia spreading to Springfield, causing mass panic and panic buying, and the specific kind of social disruption that the show portrayed with the satirical exaggeration appropriate to its register. When an actual pandemic arrived in 2020, the comparisons to the episode were immediate and widespread. But the comparison, accurate as it was in its broad outlines, contained an important limitation. The Simpsons did not predict COVID-19. It predicted that a respiratory illness from Asia could cause the specific kind of panic response and social disruption that mass infectious disease always causes and has always caused throughout human history. This is not a difficult prediction. This is an observation about human nature and institutional response that anyone paying attention to history could make. What The Simpsons does in its predictions, as in everything else, is pay attention to history and report what it finds there. Now, the more interesting question, not whether The Simpsons predicts the future, but whether The Simpsons shapes the future. Whether the show's influence on American culture is significant enough that depicting a thing in a popular and widely watched television program creates conditions that make the thing more likely to occur. This is the meta theory, and it is more interesting than any individual prediction. The Simpsons is one of the most watched, most quoted, most culturally embedded pieces of American media in history. Its jokes have become part of the American lexicon. Its observations have become part of how Americans understand their own culture. Its characters are known to people who have never watched a single episode, absorbed through decades of cultural osmosis, present in the reference vocabulary of Americans who were not yet born when the show began. When The Simpsons makes a joke about something, that joke enters the cultural bloodstream. Millions of people see it. It becomes a reference point. It becomes something people mention when they see a related thing in the news, something people share on social media, when reality appears to catch up to the fiction. And this sharing, this ongoing circulation of the joke in relationship to its real world parallels, does something to how the real world thing is understood. It makes it feel familiar. It makes it feel like something we have already processed, already encountered in a safe fictional form, already incorporated into our sense of how things go. When Trump descended the escalator in 2015, millions of Americans had already seen the joke. The joke had primed the imagination. The joke had made the idea of a Trump presidency feel like a known category rather than a shocking novelty. And a thing that feels familiar is a thing that the brain categorizes differently than a thing that feels shocking. Because the brain's job is to reduce uncertainty, and familiarity reduces uncertainty. The Simpsons made Trump's presidency feel less impossible by joking about it 16 years before it happened. Whether this made the presidency more likely to occur is a question that cannot be answered with certainty. But the show's influence on American cultural imagination is real enough and long enough sustained that dismissing the question entirely would be its own form of incuriosity. Springfield reflects America, and America, after 36 years of looking at its reflection, has started to look more like Springfield. The nuclear power plant still operates. The safety violations are still happening. The water still feeds downstream. The billionaire still controls the economy. The safety inspector is still asleep at his workstation. And the fish in the river have three eyes. The show drew this picture in 1989. America has been filling in the details ever since. And if you have made it all the way here to the last sentence of the last section of this long and quiet walk through Springfield, then you have done something worth noting. You paid attention. That is what Lisa has been asking for from everyone for 36 years. Close your eyes now. Springfield will be here when you wake up. It always is. End of script. Section 19, the reset button, but what happens when Springfield forgets? There is a mechanism in Springfield that is more important than any character. It is not visible on screen. It does not appear in any episode. It has no voice and no face and no position in the social hierarchy of the town. But it operates constantly, invisibly, with absolute reliability. And without it, The Simpsons could not exist in the form it has existed in for 36 years. The mechanism is forgetting. Springfield forgets. It forgets with a thoroughness and a consistency that goes well beyond the natural human capacity for selective memory barring and comfortable avoidance. Springfield forgets catastrophes. Springfield forgets revelations. Springfield forgets the things that happened last week that would, in any world operating according to normal rules of cause and effect, have permanently altered the conditions of this week. The slate is wiped. The consequences dissolve. The town and the family and the characters arrive in the next episode, carrying none of the weight that the previous episode deposited, fresh and ready for the next story, exactly as they were before anything happened. This is the reset button. And the reset button, examined carefully and with the full context of everything we have discussed tonight, is not a lazy writing choice or a cartoon convention or a production necessity for a long-running episodic show. It is the show's most honest portrait of how community memory works in a community that cannot afford to remember. Consider what Springfield would have to carry if it remembered everything. It would have to carry the memory of the dome, The federal government sealed the entire town under a glass dome because the town's environmental contamination had reached a level that the EPA determined was a threat to the surrounding region. Springfield was classified, officially and formally, as an environmental hazard zone. This is not a minor civic inconvenience. This is the United States government looking at a town and concluding that the only appropriate response to what was happening in that town was physical containment. If Springfield remembered this, every subsequent episode would take place in the shadow of it. Every conversation about the water, about the plant, about Burns's continued operation of a facility with 342 safety violations would be conducted against the backdrop of the time when the government sealed the whole town off and the residents were still inside when it went up. But Springfield does not remember this. By the next episode, the dome is not mentioned. The EPA classification is not referenced. The specific catastrophe has been processed and filed under the category of things that happened and will not be discussed further, because discussing them further would require the town to confront what they mean, and confronting what they mean would require the town to confront what the plant means, and confronting what the plant means would require the town to confront Burns, and confronting Burns would require the town to confront the possibility that their entire economic and social structure is built on a foundation of sustained harm that they have been enabling through their continued presence and participation. This is too much to confront, so Springfield forgets. This is not specific to Springfield. This is what communities do when the truth is too expensive. Small towns in particular have a capacity for collective forgetting that outsiders consistently underestimate. The scandal that everyone knows about and no one mentions. The event that happened and is referred to only obliquely, if at all, by the people who were present. The official history that covers over the actual history the way new paint covers old damage, smooth on the surface and full of whatever the old damage left behind underneath. Springfield is not unusual in this. Springfield is the most honest depiction of this tendency that American television has ever produced, because The Simpsons takes the tendency to its logical extreme, formalizing the forgetting, making it structural, building a town where the forgetting is not something that happens gradually and partially, but something that happens completely and reliably, episode by episode, as the central operating principle of continued existence. The Principal and the Pauper is the episode that made this explicit. The real Seymour Skinner was expelled from Springfield, physically removed, tied to a train, driven out of his own life by the collective decision of a community that preferred the comfortable fiction of the imposter to the uncomfortable reality of the man whose identity had been stolen. The judge made it illegal to mention the truth. Not metaphorically illegal, actually legally prohibited under penalty of torture, the show says, with the specific comic darkness of something that is a joke, and also exactly accurate about how communities treat people who insist on uncomfortable truths. The real Skinner is the canary. He showed up with proof that the official narrative was false. He showed up and said, look, the person you have been trusting is not who they said they were. And here I am, the person they pretended to be, and I can prove it. And here's the proof. And the town looked at the proof, and the proof was correct, and the truth was undeniable, and Springfield voted unanimously to deny it anyway. Not because they were stupid, not even because they were cowardly, because the cost of the truth was higher than the cost of the lie. Accepting the truth meant admitting that the man who had been running their school for 20 years, the man who had been raising Agnes's children and navigating her specific and demanding expectations and maintaining the specific institutional identity of Springfield Elementary across 2 decades of budget cuts and crises, and the particular daily difficulty of being responsible for Bart Simpson's education, that this man was an imposter. Everything he had done would have to be recategorized. Every genuine achievement of those 20 years would carry the asterisk of the false identity beneath it. Every relationship built during those 20 years would be complicated by the knowledge that the person in the relationship had not been who they said. This is expensive. It requires a kind of cognitive and emotional processing that the community does not have the surplus resources to perform. They are already managing the dome and the three-eyed fish and the cooling towers and the safety inspector who falls asleep and the billionaire who remembers the Spanish-American War and all the rest of it. They cannot also manage the imposter principle. So they vote. They make the lie legal. They make the truth criminal. They put the real Skinner on a train, and they go home and they go to school the next day, and Principal Skinner is there behind his desk, exactly as he has always been, and everything is exactly as it was. And the town is safe for another week inside the comfortable and legally protected fiction of its own continued normalcy. The reset button is not a writing device. The reset button is Springfield's survival mechanism. And here is the thing that connects this to every other theory we have discussed tonight. If the radiation theory is correct, if the cognitive damage from decades of environmental contamination has compromised the Springfield population's capacity for critical thinking and sustained critical memory, then the forgetting is not a choice. It is a symptom. The town forgets because the town's brains do not hold the memories properly, because the cellular damage to the neural structures responsible for long-term memory consolidation and critical analysis means that the memories of catastrophes and revelations and uncomfortable truths are the first things to go. They are metabolically expensive memories. They require ongoing maintenance. And in brains that are running on insufficient resources, the expensive memories get pruned. The town does not choose to forget the dome. The town's brains cannot afford to remember the dome. If the coma theory is correct, if everything since 1993 is Homer's dream, then the forgetting is the dreamer managing the dream. A dream that remembered every catastrophe would become unlivable. The dreaming brain would accumulate so much unresolved disaster that the dream would collapse under its weight. The forgetting is the dreaming mind's maintenance system, clearing out the events that would, if retained, make the continuation of the dream impossible. Homer's brain forgets so that the dream can continue, so that the family can be on the couch next week, so that the beer can be cold and the television can be on and the kids can still be young. If the collective denial theory is correct, if Springfield operates through the systematic suppression of uncomfortable truths via social consensus, then the forgetting is the consensus in operation. The community has collectively agreed, not in any formal meeting with a recorded vote, but in the ongoing implicit negotiation of shared reality that all communities conduct, that certain things are not retained, that certain truths are allowed to surface briefly and then recede, that the official version of events is the version that permits continued function, and the versions that do not permit continued function are quietly, consistently, reliably released. The town forgets because that is the deal. The deal was made before anyone currently living in Springfield was born, in the accumulated decisions of the people who chose to live near the plant, who chose to accept Burns's monopoly, who chose the employment over the clean water, who chose the electricity over the three-eyed fish. Those choices were made, and Springfield was the result, and the result requires ongoing maintenance. The forgetting is the maintenance. Now consider what the reset button means for the characters who are most aware of it. Lisa knows the reset is happening. She is the only character who consistently demonstrates awareness that the consequences of events are not persisting the way they should. She fights for things, and the things she fights for are unwritten by the reset. And she fights for them again, and they are unwritten again, and she keeps fighting. This persistence, usually depicted as Lisa's stubbornness or her idealism, is actually something more specific. It is the behavior of someone who knows the reset is coming and fights anyway. Because the alternative to fighting against a reset that she knows is coming is to stop fighting, and stopping fighting is something Lisa Simpson is constitutionally incapable of. She knows the dome will be forgotten. She knows the three-eyed fish will not produce lasting change. She knows that the newspaper she publishes will be banned and then forgotten. She fights anyway, not because she believes the fight will produce permanent results, because the fight is the only honest response to a situation that she can see clearly and that everyone around her has agreed to forget. Lisa fights the reset button. Every episode, she does not win, but she fights, and Maggie watches. And somewhere behind the pacifier, in the specific and deliberate silence that Maggie has maintained for 36 years, the watching accumulates into something. The watching of someone who has been present for every reset, who has seen every catastrophe forgotten and every truth suppressed, and every real Skinner tied to a train, who has been paying attention in the specific way that only someone who has decided not to speak can pay attention without the distraction of their own voice. Maggie has been watching the reset button for 36 years. She knows exactly how it works. She knows who operates it and how it is maintained, and what would happen if it were interrupted. She has not yet decided what to do with this knowledge. The show has not yet told us. But Maggie is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. She will be 1 year old next week. And while she is 1 year old, she will continue watching, continue accumulating, continue processing behind those enormous eyes everything that Springfield does and everything that Springfield forgets. She is the town's memory. She holds what Springfield releases. And when she finally speaks, when she finally breaks the 36-year silence that the show has maintained around her, what she says will be a recitation of everything Springfield has forgotten. Every dome, every three-eyed fish, every real Skinner on a train, every catastrophe absorbed and filed under things we do not discuss, every truth that was too expensive to keep. Maggie remembers. She always has. Springfield keeps forgetting. And the family races home, and the couch receives them, and the beer is cold, and the television is on, and nothing in Springfield ever changes. Except everything has already changed, in ways that the town cannot see because the reset button has been clearing the evidence every week for 36 years. The change is not visible. It is structural. It has been accumulating in the background while the forgetting cleared the foreground, settling into the foundations of the town the way radioactive material settles into soil. Invisible and half-life long and present in everything that grows from the ground above it. Springfield is changing. It is changing the way anything changes that is subjected to sustained pressure over extended time. Slowly, invisibly, in ways that do not show up in any single episode but are visible in the full span of 36 years. The cooling towers are slightly more cracked than they were. The water table is slightly more compromised. The fish in the river have three eyes still, and perhaps by now something the show has not yet depicted. The town forgets, but forgetting is not the same as undoing. The dome happened. The real Skinner was real. The biological weapons laboratory was real. The 342 safety violations are real. They are just not remembered. And somewhere in a hospital bed in Springfield General, or possibly in the house on Evergreen Terrace in the body of a man who woke up from a coma and said he did not understand why he was laughing. A man who chose to put the crayon back and return to the fog. Homer Simpson is present in the only way he has always been fully capable of being present. Feeling everything, understanding nothing, loving his family, going home. Let the loop close. Let Springfield have its quiet evening. Let Homer settle onto the couch with his beer and let Marge come and sit beside him, and let the children settle in their places and let Maggie find her spot in Marge's arms. Let the television come on. Let nothing happen for a while. This is the thing the show has been protecting for 36 years, this moment. This specific, ordinary, irreplaceable moment of the family together in the house. Nothing happening, everything fine. The beer cold, the children young, the house warm. And outside, the town going about its business under the sky that the opening credits showed you first. That improbably perfect blue above the cooling towers. Beautiful up there. Whatever is happening below it. Whatever has always been happening below it. The sky is still blue and the family is still home. Sleep well. End. Section 20. The last detail. What the show has been saying all along. Every show has a thesis. Not every show knows it has one. Most shows are assemblages of decisions made under pressure, under time constraints, under the specific creative conditions of a production that is moving forward, whether or not the people making it have figured out exactly what it is they are trying to say. The thesis emerges from the accumulation of choices, visible in retrospect, rarely visible in the moment of production. The Simpsons knows its thesis. It has known it since the first episode. It has been stating it in different languages and from different angles and through different characters and situations for 36 years. And the thesis, when you extract it from the accumulated density of the show's history and state it plainly, is this: the ordinary is extraordinary. Not as a consolation, not as the kind of inspirational sentiment that encourages people to find meaning in the mundane as a strategy for managing expectations. As a literal, precise, rigorously supported observation about the nature of human experience and what it contains when you look at it carefully enough. The Simpsons is a show about a specific family in a specific house, in a specific town that does not exist on any map. The family is not heroic. Homer is not a hero in any traditional sense. He is not brave, not wise, not particularly competent at any of the tasks that the narrative assigns him. Marge is patient and capable, but she is not celebrated for these qualities. Bart is charismatic and clever, but he is not the protagonist of any story that heroism would recognize as a heroic story. Lisa is brilliant and principled, but her brilliance and her principles produce no lasting change in the world she inhabits. And yet the show has sustained itself for 36 years and 800 episodes, not by finding ways to make the family heroic, or the town interesting, or the situations dramatic in the conventional sense. It has sustained itself by finding, in the ordinary materials of this family's ordinary life, enough to fill every episode with something that resonates. This is the thesis. There is enough here, in the house, in the family, in the specific texture of an ordinary American life, lived by ordinary people with the specific combination of virtues and failures, and affections and frustrations that ordinary people actually have. There is enough. Homer, falling asleep at the reactor is not a heroic image. But Homer driving home at the end of the day, turning onto a street, pulling into his driveway, walking through his front door into the specific smell of whatever Marge is cooking, is something. It is not a dramatic something. It is not the something of a story that anyone would tell around a fire. It is the something of a person who is home and whose home exists and who is known and present and accounted for by the people inside it. This is what the show has been celebrating carefully and consistently and without ever stating it directly for 36 years. Not success, not achievement, Not the life that looks good from the outside or the marriage that functions perfectly, or the children who fulfill their potential, or the job that provides meaning, or the town that is worth being proud of. Just the home. The couch, the beer, the family, the ordinary things. The show knows they are extraordinary. And this is why, despite everything, despite the radiation and the coma and the skeletons in the basement, and Burns's immortality and Maggie's unsettling silence and Homer's engineered stupidity and the dome and the three-eyed fish and all the rest of the dark machinery that the show has been running quietly underneath its comedy for 36 years, this is why the show is warm. The warmth is not ironic. It is not a performance. It is not the warmth of a show that does not know what it is depicting. The show knows exactly what it is depicting. It has always known. And it depicts it with warmth anyway, because the warmth is the point. The ordinary is extraordinary, and the extraordinary is hidden inside the ordinary. And the way to find it is to pay attention, carefully and slowly and over time, to the specific and unrepeatable texture of ordinary things. The price tag on Maggie. The crack in the sidewalk outside 742 Evergreen Terrace. The way the tree in the front yard is grown while the family is not. The specific quality of silence in Moe's tavern after everyone else has gone home. The moment in the kitchen when Marge is alone and thinking. The chalkboard sentence Bart is writing today that he will have forgotten by tomorrow. Lisa's saxophone still in her hands when the episode ends. Homer still finding his way home. These are the details the show has been accumulating for 36 years, layer by layer, episode by episode, in the background of the jokes and the plots, and the celebrity guest appearances and the satirical observations about American culture. This is what the show is actually about, not the catastrophes, not the mysteries, not even the theories, as beautiful and as precise as the best of them are. The details, the specific, quiet, ordinary, hidden, waiting details. That is what we have been looking for tonight, walking through Springfield in the quiet hours. And now you have found them, or some of them, a fraction of them. The ones that were ready to be found tonight in this particular walk, at this particular pace. There are more. There are always more. Springfield is full of them. Waiting quietly in the background of 36 years of television, asking no questions, demanding no attention, simply existing. Visible to anyone who cares to look closely enough. Go slowly. Pay attention. Sleep well. End of script. Fall asleep to every. Hidden Simpsons detail. Total sections. 20 format. Long-form narrated script optimized for 11 labs. Voiceover. Tone. Calm, story-driven, retention-focused. Appendix. 36 years of small things. A final inventory of hidden details. Before we leave Springfield entirely, there is one more thing worth doing. A list. Not of theories or arguments or carefully constructed analyses. Simply a list of the small things, the details that are too brief to build a section around, but too precise to leave unmentioned. The background facts that have been present in the show since the beginning, accumulating quietly in the margins of the scenes where the plots are happening, waiting for someone to notice. Consider this a final walk through the rooms we have already visited, this time at the pace of simple observation. The wallpaper inside 742 Evergreen Terrace changes between episodes and sometimes within episodes. Not dramatically, not in a way that constitutes a continuity error the show seems concerned about. Simply differently. As though the house has a slightly different opinion about itself each time the camera enters it. This is most visible in the kitchen, where the pattern on the wall behind the table appears or is in at least 3 distinct versions across the show's history. None of them ever explained, each of them simply there. The Simpsons television, the one the family watches from the couch, is an older model in the earliest seasons, a box-shaped CRT that belongs to the late 1980s and early 1990s world the show was born into. In later seasons, as the floating timeline carries the show's present into decades where CRT televisions are antiques, the television in the living room updates. It becomes flat. It becomes larger. It becomes the television you would expect to find in a house in whatever year the episode was produced. The family does not comment on this. The new television simply appears, the way all replacements appear in a household, without ceremony and without goodbye to what it replaced. Homer's car has been destroyed and replaced so many times that the car's continued existence is one of Springfield's small miracles. The miracle of a vehicle that keeps returning to the driveway, despite having been written off on so many separate occasions, that its insurance premiums, if the show were consistent about its own continuity, would be astronomical. The car is always there, always in the driveway, always the same model, more or less, though the specific condition of the vehicle varies from episode to episode in ways that suggest the show's continuity department and the story requirements of individual episodes occasionally came to different conclusions about what state the car was in. The refrigerator is always full. This is worth noting specifically because the show has, across its history, established that the Simpson family's finances are precarious in ways that a always full refrigerator does not quite reflect. Homer works at a nuclear power plant and presumably earns a reasonable wage, but the show also depicts the family as being consistently close to the financial edge, susceptible to economic pressure, unable to handle unexpected expenses without significant stress. And yet the refrigerator is always full. Marge has managed the household finances with sufficient skill that the refrigerator is never empty, that the family has never been shown going hungry, that the basic material provision of the household has been maintained across 36 years of financial precarity. This is Marge, quietly and without credit, keeping the refrigerator full. The chalkboard in the classroom where Bart serves his punishments is located in the front of the room, visible to the rest of the class. This means that every student who arrives late and every student who exits early can read whatever Bart has been sentenced to write. The punishment is public. The humiliation is structural. And Bart writes his sentences under the eyes of anyone who happens to pass, which means that the corrective message is delivered not just to Bart, but to the entire class, a demonstration of what happens to the student who does the thing Bart did. This is a more sophisticated punishment than it appears. The chalkboard is not just a punishment for Bart, it is a warning system for everyone else. Lisa's saxophone case has a sticker on it. The sticker changes across seasons, updated as new episodes are produced, sometimes carrying a reference to something current in the show's cultural moment, and sometimes carrying a reference to something more personal, something that reflects where Lisa's interests and passions have been in recent episodes. The saxophone case is a record of Lisa's evolution across the show's history, in the way that a stickered surface records the enthusiasms of the person who decorated it. Each sticker a moment, a fixation, a thing that mattered enough to be placed on the thing she carries everywhere. Santa's little helper sleeps in specific locations. The dog has preferred sleeping spots in the house, and these spots are consistent across the show's history, in a way that suggests either careful attention by the show's animators or genuine affection for the idea that the dog, like all dogs, has established his relationship to the house's geography with the kind of territorial precision that animals achieve through repeated occupation. The power plant sign, the one at the entrance to the facility that identifies it as the Springfield nuclear power plant, and lists the various regulatory disclaimers that the facility is legally required to display, is readable in certain episodes. What it says in the small print beneath the facility's name varies. Some of what it says is legible comedy, jokes inserted into the background for attentive viewers to find. Some of what it says in the very small print that would require the kind of frame by frame attention that the show's creators presumably did not expect from most viewers is something else. Something that reads less like a joke and more like an acknowledgement. The acknowledgement of what is happening to Springfield, written on the sign of the facility that is doing it, in print too small for anyone passing to read. Burns has a painting in his office. The painting is visible in the background of many of the show's Burns scenes, present on the wall behind his desk, present in the peripheral vision of every conversation that takes place in that office. The painting depicts something. What it depicts, visible in full in certain episodes and partially visible in others, is consistent with a specific historical period and a specific sensibility about what is worth depicting in paint and who is worth immortalizing in a medium that suggests permanence. Burns considers himself worth immortalizing. The painting agrees. The retirement castle where Abe lives has a garden. This detail appears in a handful of episodes and is never the subject of any plot or any character's particular attention. But it is there, visible in the exterior shots of the facility, a garden that someone maintains and that the residents of the castle can presumably access when the weather permits. The garden is not thriving. It is maintained at the level of maintenance that is applied to things that are present, because they are supposed to be present rather than because anyone has a particular investment in their flourishing. The garden grows. Nobody is watching it specifically. This is, in miniature, the retirement castle's relationship to the people inside it. Ned Flanders' mailbox is shaped like a Bible. This detail has been there since the show's earliest seasons. A single visual joke about Ned's devotion that the show placed in the background and then left there, allowing it to exist as a permanent small statement about the character without ever needing to call attention to it. Every time a scene is set on Evergreen Terrace and Ned's house is visible, the Bible-shaped mailbox is there, receiving Ned's mail in the shape of his belief. Marge's wedding ring is visible in almost every episode. She wears it always through every domestic scenario and every crisis and every episode where the marriage is under pressure and every episode where the marriage is not the subject at all. The ring is on her hand. It has been on her hand for 36 years. It was on her hand before the show began. In the backstory that the show has revised multiple times to fit the floating timeline, and it will presumably be on her hand in every episode that follows. She chose the ring. She has kept it on. These are the small things. These are the details that have been waiting in the background of 36 years of television, visible to anyone who cared to look slowly enough. Not the theories, not the mysteries, not the hidden messages in the opening credits or the buried storylines, or the fan theories that the writers have been forced to address on the record. Just the small things. The sticker on the saxophone case, the sleeping dog in his specific spot, the always full refrigerator, the mailbox shaped like a Bible, the ring on Marge's hand. These are the things the show has been keeping for 36 years. Ordinary things, hidden in plain sight. Exactly as the show has always hidden everything. Exactly as Springfield has always kept its secrets. In the open. Right there. Waiting. Now sleep. Springfield will be here in the morning. It always is. The family is on the couch. The television is on. Nothing is happening. Everything is fine. Go to sleep.